occupy from the third row, fourth, fifth, and sixth row. We'll be starting here. You can take your seats. Only the first row on my left. From the second row, you can sit. Thank you. So we reserve the red seats. All the speakers to start from the third row. From the third row. Then on my right here, we reserve the first, second, and third row. The first, the second, and the third. Kindly just reserve them for the entourage of our principal guest. Comes.
Because we're just like given 7 minutes to speak.
During the opening session, yes? During the...
No, I'll be on the second day.
second day.
Not today. Good morning. No, right, tomorrow.
Allow me to once again request that the right side we reserve the first, second, and third seat. The first, second, and third. And I'll request if you can do that so that we are okay. We are glad that we have our interpreters. We have the interpreters. Channel 1 is English. Channel 2 is French. Channel 3 is Arabic. And channel 4 is Portuguese. So you are able to move to the channel that you're comfortable with. English, channel 1. So until the 1 English, 2 French, 3 Arabic, and 4 Spanish. So I request all the speakers to take the third row, all the speakers to take the third row. We reserve the first, second, and third. Dr. Okay, you're the first speaker.
So you're supposed to pay. But then we reserve on my right the first, second, and third, as we're almost coming to the start of our program.
converge here in Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya, well known as the capital of Africa, the city under the sun. And as the clarion call says, it is a commitment, a decade of commitment. So I invite every one of us who's taking in the auditorium to settle down, so that we'll be starting our program in a moment from now. Kenya is a free Not yet, not yet. Let us work on the volume of the translator's gadgets. Work on the volume, translator's gadget. I said earlier, English is 1, French is 2, Arabic is 3, and 4 is Spanish. Translators booths, the technical team kindly work on the volume so that I do not only speak, but I communicate.
The team that is working on the translation
Gadgets. Kindly let us check on the volume for channel 2, which is French. Are the other channels okay? Are we okay in Arabic?
Are we
okay in
Spanish? Spanish, correct? Your gadget? Just try so that we are in same level. Spanish is number 4, channel 4. Channel 4, Spanish. Channel 3, Arabic. Channel 2, French. And channel 1, English. It is prudent that everyone's gadget has quality of volume. So I seek the indulgence of the comms team. Let us get to that level. Comms team, kindly help me so that
the gadget translating French is useful to our delegates. So Arabic is okay, but French, not yet. So comms team kindly work on French. That is channel 2 on translation machine. French is getting there. Someone is telling me this guy is trying to come up. Work on clarity. Not the volume. Work on the volume kindly, the French translation gadget. Spanish, are we okay? Sound music.
take cognizance and appreciate the presence of His Excellency Pedro Cartes, the President of Colombia in Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency. I invite all of us to take our seats, Victoria, ready to start.
hata tu mimi sina kadi. Oh, juu mwenye na record ni mmoja. Sisi ni sina kuchange tu.
Jana record gani yetu kwa pole. Yetu kwa sawa nyasi.
Thank you so much. I also take the President of Excellency Fadi Toll, Ambassador of Engineering Department, Congratulations, Madam Your Excellency, welcome. I also take cognizance of the presence of the representative of the permanent official, Luis Alejandro, who is the ambassador of the Republic of Argentina. You're most welcome. We skip something down so that we are ready to start our program. So those who are entering inside the auditorium, kindly get somewhere and sit as we are getting ready to start our program. We'll be starting our morning session, which is a session of breaking the ice, setting the agenda, setting the objectives. Therefore, I invite all of us kindly to take our seats as we are almost coming to the start of our program. I will still remind my colleagues and delegates that we reserve the first and the second red seats for the entourage of the principal guests. So I'll request our team that is handling the protocol. We kindly advise our guests that we reserve the first and the second row at the red seats for the protocol of the principal guest. Music, DJ. Hoping that now our gadgets are on. French, are we communicating? Translators, booth, and technician, are we okay with the translation? Not yet. Work on the volume kindly, the technician kindly work on the volume of the gadgets, specifically French and Arabic. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly, we want to start our session. I remind all of us kindly to take our seats. We want to start our session. Kindly, I beseech your indulgence. Those who are still standing, let us now resume our seats. We start the program. I'm still holding our breath for those who are still standing. Kindly let us take our seats. We need to start our program. It is now 9:03. It is a good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kenya, Nairobi, capital city. As I said earlier, the city under the sun. It is indeed a great morning. God has granted us an opportunity to serve humanity, because serving humanity is serving God. I welcome all of us in this 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration. As I said earlier, it is a declaration, and each and every one of us here is to give a commitment. We are all here as member states, we are all here as individuals, we are all here as groups to give a commitment, a call to action through the Safe Schools Declaration. It is indeed a good morning that you're all here. Remember that our clarion call is safe education for all. We are talking of a decade, 10 years down the line. A call for action through the Safe Schools Declaration. Well, when I was doing the numerological study, number 5, as we celebrate the 5th, stands for freedom. Turn to your neighbor and tell him, freedom. Turn to your neighbor and tell him, when you talk of the 5th, number 5, numerologically, it's freedom. What does it stand for? Tell your neighbor, freedom. So what does that tell you? That our children are now getting into a point of being free from conflicts, attacks. When you talk of numerical numbers, number 5 stands for a change. When you talk of number 5, it talks of versatility. When you talk of number 5, it talks of a great thing that is God's grace. It is an opportunity that we all sit here today and give a commitment to our day here this morning. This session, which is our opening session, will set a tone for this conference by underscoring the centrality of protection of children's rights and enriching their safe, quality education in situations of armed conflict. So we are here as a delegation to ask ourselves, what is our role? What is my mandate? What is my opportunity to do the centralization of giving our children safety? It will also give us an opportunity as member states, an obligation, and it will highlight the urgent needs to strengthen the collective action on safeguarding our children's rights, education, and free from attack on the aspects. Ladies and gentlemen, I take cognizance of all the guests who joined us, their excellencies, the ambassadors, the CEOs present, the chairman present, the organizers, members of the further state present. We'll be starting our early morning session. And with us today is one of our experts, who is a champion of competence-based education. Competence. We do not only take our students or our pupils or our children to school just to study. But the gentleman who's coming on stage will share with us briefly what about competence. This focuses on talent, it focuses on ability of a learner, it underscores the strength of a learner. But this is only possible if the environment is conducive. So if the environment is not conducive for this learner, there is no way we will realize the competence of this learner, there is no way we will realize the ability of this learner. Ladies and gentlemen, Kindly put your hands together for our Director, Secondary Education, Dr. Sungut William. Let's appreciate Daktari as he takes the stage. Bruce.
Thank you so much, Mike Kitone. Your Excellencies ambassadors present here today, the principal secretaries present, CEOs, directors, our guests from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sungut William, as you've been told by Mike Kitone, Director of Secondary Education in Kenya, and I'm here on behalf of our Director General of Basic Education, Dr. Elias Abdi, to be able to make a few remarks. First and foremost, allow me to sincerely welcome you to Nairobi. In Kiswahili, we say karibu sana. Karibu sana, our Kiswahili word for welcome. We wish to say that it's an honor to host this very important conference, being the 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration in Nairobi during this period. We specifically acknowledge the collaboration between the Ministry of Education in Kenya and our partners, in general and in particular Argentina, Norway, Spain, Nigeria, the African Union, UNICEF, UNESCO, and the Global Coalition to protect education from attack. What is the significance of this conference? We are all aware that it's now 10 years since the Safe Schools Declaration was first adopted. And therefore, this is an opportunity of its own kind for us to be able to reflect on our successes, look at the impact and address the gaps on the implementation of the Safe Schools Declaration. As countries therefore reflect on their commitments, we wish to urge that those that have not yet come on board be able to make a step and reconsider their stand. We do recognize the presence of the youth state that today has an opportunity to be able to speak, and we are able to hear them so that we can make this place a better place and the world to be a better place to live in. Some children have come from countries where conflict has forced them to become refugees. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves, what are the practical things that we can do to help ensure that they settle down and prevent similar situations? Kitone has just mentioned that we are looking at competence-based education. But it is not possible unless and until we have a conducive environment where learning can be able to take place. And of course, a place of conflict is not favorable for such a work. What we have done as a country is I'm going to talk about it shortly to be able to say that. So the question then that we ask ourselves this morning, why we are here, is that schools must remain safe, spaces even in conflict, so that children are able to pursue their education. We do not envision a situation where our learning institutions are occupied by military, for example, or warlords during conflict. It is therefore important for us to ensure that those spaces are extremely safe. We need to transform these discussions that we shall have during this conference so that we are able to move into action whose impact will be felt on the ground. Children's rights, of course, to learn must be protected, and various constitutions guarantee that. In Kenya, for example, we're looking forward to the adoption of this conference outcome and then we talk about the Nairobi Action Plan, which will aim to strengthen school safety through what we are calling the Vision 2030. What have we done as a country? In Kenya's Vision 2030, the social pillar is critical, which focuses on creating a just, cohesive, and equitable society with an improved quality of life for all citizens. It underscores the need to have a safe and peaceful environment. Kenya is fully committed to ensuring that schools are safe places, and a policy on peace education was developed in 2009 after the post-election violence, and guidelines for implementation was subsequently rolled out. Amani clubs is something that you would find in our institutions, having been launched in 2014, where learners are equipped with skills and knowledge for conflict resolution and peace building. Our teachers are capacity built to be able to create awareness and sensitize learners and their communities on the need for peace. A refugee from one of the conflict-prone countries once remarked that when war broke out, the only thing they took away with them is education. This, therefore, is a clear demonstration of the importance of education. And that is why, as a country, when we transition our children from junior school to senior school, we have deliberately indicated that because of regional balance, we have a total of 398 sub-counties. But we have said we are handling 398 sub-counties plus one. One is the sub-county that we've created for the refugees, to be able that is taken care of. However, we need to understand that today's meeting is about prevention and protection, so that we do not wait until things have gone wrong and water has spilled, then we struggle to gather it. Our learners and education institutions, therefore, should always be used for the right purpose to bring transformation. And therefore, we look forward to having safe schools and implementing our commitments today. We want to wish all of you a nice stay in Nairobi, and more importantly, a pleasant participation in this very critical conference. Karibuni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a more heartier clap, our Director for Secondary School Education. It wouldn't have been put best as he has done, because he's the one who's handling the competency, and as we said, if our environment is conducive, our children are safe. Ladies and gentlemen, when you talk of children, without them, then I don't think we are doing the right thing. Do you have children in the house? Do we have children in the house? Can they stand? We see them. That is not a clap for the chief guests. Thank you. You know, when I said children to stand, I expected everyone to stand. Are you not a child of your mother? Or what does a child stand for? Age? All right, all right. So ladies and gentlemen, Ibrahim Zana Sunoma, come on stage. This is one of the icons that, if safety is given its prime and we give an opportunity for this kind of children to grow, to actualize their dream, Africa, continent, and the world will be safe. Put your hands together for our moderator, Ibrahim Zana Sunoma.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, fellow change makers, eminent personalities from far and near, too numerous to mention. Right Honorable Ibrahim Zanna Sunoma is my name, and today I stand before you not just as a moderator, but as a young person shaped by conflict, carried by resilience, and driven by an unshakable belief in the power of safe education. I was born in Bama, a town where the sound of gunfire once echoed louder than the morning bell of any classroom. For many children where I come from, the first lesson we learned was survival, not literacy. Yet somehow, through the storms of displacement, insurgency, and fear, education became our lifeline, the one thing that refused to abandon us. And today, I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian National Children's Parliament. I'm a one-time Speaker of the Borno State Children's Parliament, a global young people's voice for peace, inclusion, and the SDGs, and a member of the Child Advisory Group for Save the Children in Nigeria. I will moderate this session on behalf of millions of children who are still trapped between their classrooms and a battlefield. Let me begin by expressing our deep appreciation to Kenya, our main host, and all our co-hosts, Argentina, Norway, Spain, GCPEA, UNICEF, UNESCO, Plan International, and Save the Children for bringing the world together to affirm a simple truth. A child's classroom must never become a battleground. The attacks on education we see across continents, from places like Gaza to Sudan, Nigeria, Syria, these are not just violations of law, they are violations of childhood itself. And today's keynote session is about responsibility, it's about justice, it's about protecting children, which is not optional. It is a legal duty that every state must honor. With that, we will start with a video message from Mr. Volker Turk. So everyone, please, let's turn our attentions to the screen. He is the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear children, young people, and teachers. Thank you for the invitation to address this important conference marking the 10th anniversary of the Safe Schools Declaration. Schools are the critical infrastructure of our future. They are the main stage of our early lives and the birthplace of our hopes, dreams, and aspirations. By fulfilling our fundamental human right to education, schooling empowers us to claim other rights and freedoms. It sustains livelihoods, lifts families out of poverty, and enables civic participation. Education is also the foundation of peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. It strengthens social cohesion, and in places scarred by generations of conflict, it can support healing and reconciliation. So it is deeply tragic that in many parts of the world, attacks on schools continue to shatter the dreams of millions of children, sometimes of entire generations. Time and again, schools are targeted, students recruited, teachers threatened, and learning disrupted by violence and fear. In 2024, attacks on schools surged by a shocking 44%, leaving 52 million children in conflict-affected countries out of school. In Sudan, millions of children have not seen a classroom in years. In Ukraine, we have verified over 1,600 attacks on schools. And in Gaza, nearly 92% of all education facilities will need full or major reconstruction. In these and other places, my office documents these violations through its field presences, public reporting, and investigations. But documenting is not enough. Facts must be levers for change. Attacks on schools are grave, breaches of international humanitarian and human rights law, and they must be investigated, prosecuted, and punished. And above all, they must be prevented. It is far easier to stop destruction than to make up for stolen childhoods and lost opportunities. The Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Safe Schools Declaration provide guidance to ensure that children in conflict learn to read instead of learning to shelter from bombs. I encourage all states to endorse and implement them through concrete measures while strengthening early warning systems and investing in risk reduction. We need governments to join forces with each other, but also with the United Nations, national human rights institutions, and civil society to shield education from the scourge of war. And the voices of children, young people, teachers, and survivors needs to inform and inspire these efforts. Together we can bring back the light of learning to the life of every child, leading them towards a safer and brighter future. I wish you a very fruitful conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talk, for these important words. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Vanessa Frazier. She is the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Children and Armed Conflict. Before she comes on stage, we want to ask Ms. Frazier that we are witnessing record numbers of grave violations against children, a deepening UN funding crisis, and escalating conflicts worldwide. And as she steps into this role, who or what draws at inspiration from this daunting challenge, and what will be her key priorities to strengthen the protection of education in armed conflict and ensure real accountability and change on the ground. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Vanessa up on stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address you at the 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration. I thank the government of Kenya for the leadership and warm hospitality, as well as the governments of Argentina, Norway, Spain, together with UNICEF, UNESCO, GCPEA, and Save the Children, and Plan International for their partnership in convening this event. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Safe Schools Declaration, a milestone in our collective effort to protect students, teachers, and schools from the violence of war. This anniversary offers a timely opportunity to reflect on a decade of achievements and to renew our shared commitment to protect education from attack. Dear colleagues, I took up this mandate as Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict only a few weeks ago, at an exceptionally challenging moment, with 41,370 verified incidents in 2024 alone. We are witnessing the highest number of violations since the establishment of this mandate nearly 30 years ago. Attacks on schools are among the 6 grave violations within my mandate, and education, a fundamental right for every child, continues to be under unprecedented attack. Indeed, in 2024 alone, the United Nations verified 1,265 attacks on schools, marking a more than 60% increase compared to the previous year. This week, we have witnessed once more how fragile the promise of education has become in conflict zones. On Friday, over 300 school children, boys and girls, and their teachers were abducted from St. Mary's Catholic Primary and Secondary School in the remote Papiri community of Niger State, Nigeria. Just 4 days earlier, 25 schoolgirls were abducted from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State. These 2 tragedies show that we are not dealing with isolated incidents, Rather, this week's events reflect a deepening pattern of school abductions that is becoming all too common. I strongly condemn these horrific attacks, and I demand the safe return of every child. I welcome the launch of a rescue operation to locate and return the missing children and their teachers, and the recruitment of an additional 30,000 police officers. Targeting children and their teachers is a grave violation of international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. These crimes must stop, and those responsible must be held fully accountable. I am also deeply concerned by the decision of the Nigerian authorities to close schools in response to these attacks. While intended as a protective measure, closing schools effectively denies children their right to education and exposes them to further risks. Resources must instead be directed towards protecting schools, strengthening security, and ensuring that learning continues safely. Behind each of these numbers is a child whose dream has been shattered, a teacher whose commitment has been tested, and a community whose future has been compromised. Yet, amidst these challenges, I draw inspiration from the courage and strength of children and youth themselves. They are not just victims of conflict, they are experts and partners in shaping solutions. I look forward to engaging with the child and youth delegation to this conference and hearing from you what we can do better to protect education and ensure every child's right to learn in safety. Your voices matter. On that note, I invite you to visit our art installation located right outside here next to the Children's Corner, created as part of our Prove It Matters campaign and implemented jointly with the Education Above All Foundation and Save the Children. This is an initiative that aims for children to become advocates of their own rights and elevate their voices. Each dove you see there, similar to this, carries a voice. Each dove carries hope, fears, as well as the vision of peace of every child that has written a message in this. These messages are clear. Education is not a privilege, it is a right for every child. I brought one of these with me, and I wish to quote a message from a child from Choco, Colombia, who told us, "Peace is built in the classroom. Protecting education means defending the rights of girls, boys, and young people to dream, grow, and transform the world. In contexts of violence, schools must be a refuge of hope, not a target of conflict. Let us protect education because where there is learning, peace flourishes." This is an inspiring reminder that education is not only a human right, but a cornerstone of peace and security. As also recognized by UN Security Council 2601, adopted in 2021. Today, the Safe Schools Declaration has been endorsed by 122 states. However, endorsement alone is not enough. Implementation must follow. I welcome steps by countries such as the Central African Republic, Colombia, the Philippines, Mali, Nigeria, that have already begun to domesticate the principles of the Safe School Declaration into their national frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, 2025 marks not only the 10th anniversaries of the Safe Schools Declaration, but also 20 years from the Security Council adopted Resolution 1612, a landmark in the protection of children affected by armed conflict. Over the past 2 decades, 1612 has done more than condemning grave violations. It has established a system to verify them, to hold perpetrators accountable, and to drive action. This is also my vision as Special Representative, to go beyond listing or shaming parties to conflict, but instead using it as a tool for engagement to achieve tangible, lasting change for children. Over the years, the MRM has proven its worth, including to protect education from attacks. In November 2022, the Government of Colombia endorsed the Safe School Declaration and subsequently adopted a plan of action for its implementation. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, schools previously occupied by the armed forces and armed groups were vacated following advocacy by the United Nations and partners. 5 action plans with parties to conflict that contain specific measures to end and prevent attacks against schools are currently being implemented in the Central African Republic, South Sudan, and Yemen. These achievements remind us that progress is possible, even in the most difficult circumstances. But progress itself should not be a reason for pause. Building on these achievements, I would like to offer 3 key priorities to go further for advancing the protection of children and their rights to education in armed conflict. First, I urge all member states to reaffirm their commitment to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and its operational protocol on children's involvement in armed conflict, and to use the momentum of this conference to endorse and implement the Safe Schools Declaration. Together, these instruments form a powerful framework to protect children's fundamental rights to safe education. But I would be remiss if I did not also call for endorsement on 3 other key prevention and protection instruments for children in armed conflict: the Paris Principles, the Vancouver Principles, and the AWIPA Declaration. Second, we must prioritize funding and resources for child protection in humanitarian and peace operations. Without resources, my mandate cannot be delivered, and we risk losing decades of progress for children. Budget cuts severely limit the ability of child protection actors to document violations, to engage with armed forces and groups, and to negotiate action plans to end and prevent attacks on schools. Thirdly, we must listen to children and youth. They are not only victims of conflict, but agents of change. They know best what they and their generation need to recover and thrive. Their voices must shape our policies, programs, and peace efforts. Excellencies, protecting education in times of armed conflict is not just a legal obligation, it is a moral imperative. This conference and the Nairobi Action Plan that will emerge from it represents an opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment to children. We have frameworks and tools. What we need now is political will to make them work. Thank you.
Please let's appreciate her once more. Thank you very much, Ms. Vanessa, for your commitments and especially for carrying along the voices of children and young people who are most affected by this daunting challenge. I'll now turn over to our second speaker joining us today on stage, Mr. Timothy Ikeza. He's a member of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. Mr. Ikeza, the committee has long emphasized that attacks on schools and the military use of educational facilities gravely undermines children's rights. From your perspective as an expert and member of the committee from an affected region, what are the CRC's main concerns and priorities today to ensure that states translate their obligation under the convention into real protection on ground, especially in contexts where education is deliberately targeted or militarized? And what are the lessons the committee learned from state reviews regarding attacks on schools or the military use of educational facilities, and how can these findings inform stronger international standards and national implementation of the Safe Schools Declaration, including domestic legal frameworks? Join me now in welcoming Mr. Ikeza on stage. Mr. Ikeza.
Thank you, Musa. Give Musa a clap. I think he's doing a good job. I think child participation was one of the points that I used as my priorities when I was joining the committee. And I'm so privileged to have a child being the MC for this meeting. Distinguished organizers of the 5th conference on the Safe School Declaration, moderator and the moderator, Mr. Ibrahim, Master of Ceremony who has been here, honorable speakers who have spoken before me, Mr. Avoka Tak, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Mrs. Vanessa Fraser for sharing very important points, and the government representatives here present, children, honorable children, and the media. Good morning, all of you. Thank you. In Africa, we like greeting people that way. I'm just so honored to be part of this meeting on behalf of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, where I'm serving together with another 17 members. But before I mention about the committee, I just want to thank the organizers for bringing this meeting to Nairobi. It is just coming immediately after we've been in another conference, global conference, on advancing children's role in peace processes and the Vancouver Principles that she just made reference to, organized by the Delaware Institute of the Dalhousie University, just last week from the 17th to 19th at Movenpick Hotel. So Nairobi, we are so blessed to have these meetings, and we are also sharing our role of the committee there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here just to share some of the work that the committee is doing on the topic of discussion we're having today. But I think I'll also use this time just to inform you that the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child is composed of 18 independent experts who monitor how states implement the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the 3 optional protocols. The optional protocol on armed conflict, the optional protocol, the cell, pornography and sale of children, and the optional protocol on compliance mechanism, which you are aware about. And we have roles. The roles of the committee, one is to monitor compliance with the CRC and the protocols that I've just mentioned. 2 is to review state reports and issue recommendations. 3 is to issue general comments, to interpret the rights of children, general comments on education, on violence, on digital rights, among others. The other role is to handle complaints under the communications procedure. We have a complaints mechanism. Then we also conduct inquiries into grave or systematic violations of children's rights, and we engage with civil society and promote awareness and encouraging laws and policies protecting children. Ensures that children's rights are actively enforced, not just theoretically. It often asks states how they protect children. They protect schools from attack or military use, and linking directly to the Safe Schools Zone Declaration of 2015. And there are relevant comments, general comments, that refer to this. I'll mention 2, General Comment 1 on aims of education, and General Comment 26 on children's rights and environment, including education and climate change, climate-affected regions. And we can also make reference to General Comment number 13 of 2011, General Comment number 16 on 2013, and General Comment 19 of 2016, which is about public budgeting for children's rights. So the CRC's concerns and priorities is what I've been asked to address, and I know I have only 7 minutes, so I'll just be able to run through them. Attacks on schools and the military use of education facilities gravely undermines children's rights. And I think this is guided by the articles I've just mentioned, Article 28, 38, and Article 39 of the CRC, which I'll not mention. So what are these priorities? I speak this because we keep reviewing countries every 5 years, the periodic reviews. We just did a review in May, and we'll be doing another one in January. And these are the priorities. And when it comes to issues of school environment and comes to issues of conflicts, it's a big area for us for review as a committee. One, the committee recognizes that schools are safe zones. Schools must never be treated as military targets. They are sanctuaries for learning and development. Number two, accountability. Perpetrators of attacks must be held accountable through national or international justice system. For those of you who have come from Kenya, you remember 2017, when one of the schools became a refugee for some community members after some clashes. And when they had a meeting with children and asked them what they think, they actually said the election should never be held in schools because they break their desks and they use their books for lighting fire. We really want to see whether some accountability can be done for this. Number three is support for affected children. Psychosocial support, integration, and continuity of education are essential for recovery, because we are simply saying that it's very important to really focus on the children rather than being able just to treat them as by the way. The fourth important point for us is child participation. The children's voices must be heard in decision-making processes. To us, the role of the children themselves, the affected children, or even the children who witnessed what happened, it's very important to also get their views to inform the programming. And that's why we have spaces at the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, where we actually listen to the views of children directly when the member state parties are making their reports, during the pre-session for the CSOs, and we also have a specific day of general discussion where we focus specifically on listening to children. Number five is implementation of standards. States must adopt and enforce international, regional, and national instruments, such as the Safe Schools Declaration that we are talking about, which we know that many of the countries we've been told have already signed. Monitoring and reporting is important. I think transparency, disaggregated data collection on the attacks against education is critical for accountability. Then the last point I have under this first question is integration into national laws. International commitments must be operationalized into legislation, military codes of conduct, and educational policies. Turning to the second point about the lessons learned, which I'll not go into details a lot, but I've prepared some information for all of us. I just want to indicate that as a Committee on the Rights of the Child, as the Committee on the Rights of the Child, we have many recent reports that have been submitted to us by various states and various UN bodies. UNICEF Africa has submitted some reports in 2024 verifying that 2,500 attacks on schools in Africa in the past 9 years have taken place. And this corroborates what we had in the meeting last week, where it was actually indicated that we have conflicts, life conflicts, in 33 of the 55 countries of Africa. We're also saying that the UN news reports that have been shared with us in 2025, which documented 44% increase in attack on schools globally in the year 2024. Then also there are lessons we've learned that we want to share that I've been given an opportunity just to share one. What we get from the reports, from the questions that we ask member states, which I'll be sharing a few of them, is escalation of violence. Attacks on schools are systematic, not isolated, with thousands of incidents happening annually. That's one thing that we've noted. The second thing is that when we get the reports and classify them, there are hotspots that are really known for attacks on schools. In Africa, obviously maybe we're sharing about them, the Sahel, the DRC, Somalia, Nigeria, as been mentioned earlier, Middle East, as you all are aware about Gaza, Syria and Yemen, and then obviously Haiti is another hotspot. Military use of schools. We've also learned that occupation by armed forces or groups remain a major driver of attacks for using the schools. And this might not just be only for where countries are facing war, but even where they're having conflicts. In most cases, many of the victims end up in schools, and schools are used as attacks of places. Then children's rights impact. There's a lot of impact when it comes to violations as undermined. Many of them are undermined, especially Article 28 of the right to education, Article 38 on protection of children against armed conflict, which is part of the CRC. Why does this matter to the Safe School Declaration as I finish up? This information provides evidence to strengthen international standards and encourage states to criminalize attacks and military use of schools. We also saying that it also reinforces the need for domestic legal framework, prohibiting occupation of schools, embedding no-use rules in military doctrines, and ensuring reparations for attacked children. Then number 3, this highlights the urgency of monitoring and accountability mechanisms, including independent investigations and transparent reporting. And for us as a committee, we have a committee that actually just does monitoring, being able to go to countries and be able to document what has happened. We have examples of some of the reports as I finish up, some of the countries that have been able to share the LOIs, the list of issues, and also for the Safe School Declaration. Nigeria is an example. They shared some of the issues they had and how they have endorsed the Safe School Declaration, Safe Schools Initiative, which is an important thing in 2010 report. Colombia has been mentioned. I'll not go back to it. You all know that Colombia has been at war from 1964 for about 52 years, just at war, and children really suffered. Afghanistan is another example, Ukraine, and I'll finish up just by stating that interest to translate international commitments into domestic measures. Then also highlighting recurring themes: criminalization of attack, military doctrine reform, monitoring systems, and reparations. Then domestication of LOIs, the list of issues are accountability tools, not just questions. And I think for you, when you appear before the committee and we ask a lot of questions, the LOIs that we share, they're actually supposed to be accountability tools that we can be able to work. However, we know that a number of states, their reports are overdue, so it's not easy to follow up on many of the issues that take place, some of the cases that we'll have documented. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that protecting schools is not optional. It is a binding obligation under international law and indispensable for safeguarding the future of children and the generations ahead. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ikeza, for your inspiring insights. And I'm very happy to hear from both our speakers the effort they are putting in ensuring our children's voices are heard in the protection of our schools. Thank you very much. I will now introduce our last speaker for this session in the person of Dr. Julia Dicom. She's the Director of Education at UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees. As the head of education at UNRWA, Dr. Dicom has overseen one of the most affected education systems in the world. How is UNRWA managing to sustain education amidst such widespread destruction, displacement, and trauma? What lessons from the Palestinian experience of protecting learning under fire and rebuilding hope through education should guide global strategies to safeguard and restore education in conflict-affected settings? And in light of the crisis facing Palestinian students, what should the international community do collectively and urgently to ensure that the commitments of the Safe Schools Declaration translate into real protection for every child in every conflict zone? But before then, we will start with a short video she has prepared and then head straight to you for your remarks. Thank you.
قبل الحرب نروح على السوق محرقات وزي كده نحب المدرسة كتير أروح على المدرسة نقرأ نلعب مع صحباتي بالساحة ونكتب.
بالرغم من كل ما حصل لدى طلابنا لا زال وكما نشاهد الأمل والرغبة في العودة إلى الحياة الطبيعية.
Thank you very much. That is resilience for you. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Julia on stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Excellencies, co-sponsoring governments, honored guests, and distinguished speakers who spoke before me. I would like to start by thanking the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack for inviting us, and particularly me, to present today and to be present with you today to talk about this most unsettling and difficult of topics. This year marks a decade since the adoption of the Safe Schools Declaration, but still, for the community that UNRWA serves, Palestine refugee children in the Middle East, the vision of safe schools remains resoundingly out of reach. For over 75 years now, UNRWA has been the mechanism through which the international community upholds and safeguards Palestine refugee children's right to education. So far, 2.8 million Palestine refugees, half of them girls, have graduated from the UNRWA schools despite multiple emergencies over these years. Presently, and the right to education for Palestine refugee children currently hangs in the balance. Over the last decade, in Syria, 70% of our schools were damaged in the conflict that took place there. In Lebanon, in the fall of 2024, 11 of our schools were closed for over 2.5 months, serving as shelters for persons displaced by the hostilities and delaying the school year. When education is attacked, it is not just classrooms that fall, but the sanctuary that protects them from violence and despair. Stripping them of safety, hope, and promise for a future. In Gaza, over the past 2 years, we have witnessed the destruction of the entire education system. Schools and universities have been attacked. 97% of all schools in Gaza have sustained some level of damage to their buildings, and 92% of them require reconstruction or major rehabilitation. 79% of higher education institutions and 60% of vocational training centers have also been damaged and destroyed. And the majority of what is remaining, even though some of it is damaged, are being used as shelters and other purposes by the international community due to lack of space in the remaining buildings. UNRWA installations as civilian and UN premises must be protected under international law, yet 139 out of our 188 school buildings in Gaza have been directly hit, mostly by tank shells and airstrikes, while other school buildings have sustained significant damages. The Independent Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem, found that Israel has intentionally demolished UNRWA schools. The devastation goes beyond physical damage, however. Around 700,000 students in Gaza, 300,000 of which are UNRWA students, have been deprived of their right to education for over 2 years now. The number of students with lifelong disabilities has multiplied to the thousands. As well, and a high number of children are now complete orphans, having lost every member of their extended family. An entire generation of children are being excluded from accessing education and psychosocial support services due to damaged infrastructure and the lack of assistive devices. Of the 307 UNRWA staff members who have been killed in Gaza in the last 2.5 years, 79%, or 242 of them, are teachers and other education personnel, leaving a hole in our staff complement that will be difficult to fill. Additionally, vital education supplies have been and continue to be blocked from entering Gaza, and we most urgently need to get them in. Pencils and paper should not be on banned lists. Infecting over 6,000 Palestine refugee students. With our thanks to the Palestinian Authority's Ministry of Education and Higher Education, we've been able to accommodate almost 2,000 of these students in 11 schools that they have lent us. In May 2025, in East Jerusalem, Israeli authorities forcibly closed 6 UNRWA schools just weeks before the end of the school year, leaving 800 students without alternatives to complete the school year or to carry on their education. The attacks on UNRWA schools are not only breaches of UN privileges and immunities, but also the students' rights to education. Denying children an education is illegal, and those responsible must be held accountable. Beyond the physical destruction of our schools and school buildings, the long-term impact on learning itself has been devastating. In 2024, together with the University of Cambridge, we looked at what all these disruptions meant for learning in Gaza. At that point, students had already lost 14 months of education, the equivalent to about 2 academic years, due to the forced closures relating to COVID-19 and conflict in May 2021, and at that point, the conflict from 2023 onwards. And by now, we estimate, along with the University of Cambridge, that the children of Gaza have lost about 5 years of education by 2026, which is in 6 weeks' time. If we think about a child at the end of primary school, perhaps one of your children who's just about to finish primary school this year, their counterpart in Gaza has had almost no education. Failing to protect education exacts a devastating human cost, a lost generation of Palestine refugee students. The Independent Commission of Inquiry concluded that these attacks undermine the Palestinian people's ability to preserve their identity, rebuild their society, and sustain their hope for the future. Yet amidst all of this destruction and these attacks, UNRWA has innovated to keep classrooms as places of hope and children learning as much as possible. In Syria, with the thanks to both the previous and the current government, we have been lent 38 schools, as well as thanks to some of our donors who have allowed us to rehabilitate so far 2 schools, with a 3rd on the way. We also continue in Syria to provide psychosocial support services to around 50,000 students to support their continued well-being and their access to education. In Lebanon, we implemented hybrid learning programs last year to mitigate the disruptions following the ongoing and recent escalation, and as well provide our 37,000 students there with psychosocial support on a regular basis. In Gaza, over the last 2+ years, we have reached more than 62,000 children with in-person temporary learning spaces on core subjects. Currently, we have about almost 50,000 children in our temporary learning spaces, but over the course of the whole 2 years, it has been 62,000. We've also continued to reach close to 300,000 students through remote learning in Gaza and more than 520,000 children in Gaza have received psychosocial support from our services, even well before a ceasefire is taking place. Consistently, every single day, our school counselors are providing support in the shelters we have in Gaza. In the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, all 46,000 UNRWA students managed to finish the last 2 school years through combined remote and face-to-face learning, as well as receive psychosocial support. Our experience in protracted crisis shows that we must invest in stronger education systems, systems where the capacities of teachers are strengthened, where links with parents and the community are built, where students' mental health and well-being are prioritized through a holistic approach, and where schools are not attacked. Excellencies, as conflict and crisis and high volatility continue to affect the Middle East region, I encourage all member states from that region to follow along in the footsteps of Jordan, Lebanon, and Palestine and adopt the Safe Schools Declaration, and then to work together and with us to protect the right of education of Palestine refugees. Acting to ensure that the declaration translates into real protection for students' right to education across the Middle East region in full respect of international law is a global responsibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julia. It is really very disheartening to hear the horror movie situation of students in Palestine and in conflict zones across the world. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, even the darkest of night would give way to the light of the dawn. Where there is a will, there is always a way. And with UNRWA and our commitments here today, we will ensure that we reach the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you. Before we wrap up this session, we have a video message from Mr. David Beckham. You might know him as a famous footballer. I'm also a fan, but he's UNICEF Goodwill's ambassador, and he has a message for us today.
Good morning, everyone. When living through a crisis, education is more than learning. It is protection, stability, and hope. Yet, sadly, today, in conflict zones all over the world, education is under attack. Just last year, over 1,200 schools were attacked, robbing children of learning, safety, and healing. Children should never be forced to choose between learning and safety. Every child has the right to education, and it is our job to protect these rights and turn our commitments into action. Driven by the mission to ensure every child and young person can learn and thrive in safety and dignity, organisations such as UNICEF and Education Above All, both of whom I am honoured to work with, work tirelessly to expand access to education, advocate for the protection of schools, and give young people the opportunity to lead and shape their futures. Together, and with all of our partners, it's time to turn commitments into action. We must unite to protect and drive stronger collective action to ensure education is no longer a target or a victim of conflict. Education is a lifeline for children in conflict and crisis. We must do everything that we can to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beckham. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, as we close this session, we have heard from leaders who understand that education is not just a building. It is the most powerful weapon we give a child to rewrite their destiny. I want to leave you with this truth. When you attack a school, you are not destroying a building. You are destroying the bridge that carries a child from poverty to possibility. You are burning the ladder that lifts a child from survival to significance. Just days ago in my country, Nigeria, schoolgirls were abducted in the state of Kebbi. These incidents are not statistics. They are reminders that the Safe Schools Declaration must lift beyond conference halls and deadlines. They are reminders that every delay in protecting education is paid for with a child's life, a family's peace, and a nation's future. Believe me, education is the only tool strong enough to allow the child of a peasant farmer to become a doctor, the child of a refugee to become a leader, and the child of a conflict zone to become a peacemaker. So I will ask you, not as delegates, not as policymakers, but as human beings with a conscience, how many more classrooms must turn into graves before we say enough? How many more dreams must be buried under rubble before we act with courage? The Safe Schools Declaration is not just a document, it is a promise. So today, let us carry forward our urgent commitments. And finally, I'll leave you with this. A school is the only place where a child can walk in as what they were and walk out as what they dream to be. Our duty is simple, to keep that door open and to keep that child alive alone to walk through it. Thank you for your leadership, thank you for your courage, and thank you for your humanity. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we would have had a better moderator for that session than that one. Many a times, you always say, what you do for us without us is not ours. What you think for us without us is not ours. But this morning, I'm glad because the organizers thought it well and found it better that our moderator would be none other than a child who's a champion. In fact, when I was seated there with Apolline, she was telling me, it's like this young boy has some leadership skills in him. If well nurtured, if the character is well trimmed, these are the leaders that will change Africa. Thank you so much. As a child, but with a lot of confidence, the eloquence, the stage aura, the enthusiasm in him, the hands-on information, and also the visual cue. Not only Ibrahim, but you also have an opportunity to listen to other children who are with us. It is evident that we are not only here to come up with blueprints that will gather dust in the shelves, in our offices, in our archives, but it is evidence that there is something we are celebrating, 10 years, a decade of celebration. I wish to thank all the presenters who were brought on stage by Ibrahim and say thank you so much for the candid presentation you've given unto us. Let's also appreciate all the speakers who spoke in that panel with a lot of applause. It is indeed the protecting the rights of education and children's rights during armed conflict. We'll be moving to the next session, which is where we'll receive our principal guest. And we are anticipating to have our Prime Cabinet Secretary, who is also the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, His Excellency Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. He'll be joining us in a moment from now. And I will seek your indulgence due to a bit of some reorganization. We'll be either push the red seats a bit or put more seats or request ourselves to reorganize ourselves a bit so that maybe we have the guest's place, his team's place, or the security and the aid at the back. So I'll seek the indulgence of the ambassadors and and members of diplomatic corps, if you are requested maybe to give a space back, it is with respect that we reorganize our seating so that we accommodate the team that is coming. But I'll do it silently without mentioning it at large. So I'll go back to the DJ to give us some brief break with a session of music. And before I move to that, just turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor and share one word, just something that you've captured from this session. So that we know, are we here or are we only here and not here? Are we here? Have you shared something with your neighbor? What have you told your neighbor? Yes, I can see neighbors talking. Yes. I can see very serious neighbors. Great, neighbors are talking. Cordless mic for me, please. Cordless mic for me. Cordless mic, very fast. Neighbors are talking. Great. If neighbors are spoken, and where I'm standing, I'm seeing very serious neighbors. Camera. Neighbors, what are you saying?
No. Please go ahead. So we were talking about David Beckham's quote.
Yeah, thank you. One of the notable quotes in this room by Mr. David Beckham is a serious one. Education is more than learning. Education is a promise and a destiny and a lifeline. That's serious, man.
Great. Because our neighbors discussing education is not just education. Neighbors. What are neighbors saying?
Thank you so much. What we are saying is that we are impressed by one of them, speakers, who mentioned that for education, then we have to prioritize mental and well-being of children, especially in terms of conflict. Yes.
That is great. I can see very serious neighbors here. Hi, neighbor. What are you telling your neighbor?
Hello, hi. So we are discussing on what states and parties to the conflict can actually do to mitigate the military use of schools beyond the international humanitarian law and in compliance with the Safe Schools Declaration. Thank you.
Glad because I have very nice neighbors. Neighbors sharing what they've said. Neighbors talking to each other. Neighbor. What are you telling your neighbor?
I know English, yes, yeah. Yeah, thank you. We have gained a lot from the opening remarks, and we have learned that education is actually a means to also reach peace. So it gives children opportunity. It also gives space that children can thrive. So it's really important, and we have also appreciated a lot with the young moderator of the conference. It was really impressive. Thanks to him and thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see very serious neighbors here. Serious neighbors. Neighbors.
You want to speak? I think the conversation we are having is there's a lot of work to be done, but after this session, we're very hopeful that the declaration can actually be an action that we can implement and get to a better place where education gives hope. You know, I like what was said, the way the child goes in is not how they come out, and dreams are actually grown in the schools.
That was the parting shot from our moderator, that just the way the kids go to school is not the way out. Dreams are nurtured, dreams are made. More neighbors?
I speak French, okay? Yes, but the conference is very important. Why in speak French? C'est important pour la RDC parce que je suis de la République démocratique du Congo et avec ce qu'on est en train de subir au niveau de nos pays frontaliers entre le Rwanda et la RDC pour le M23, on a au moins 130 et quelques écoles détruites et plus de 7000 enfants qui ne sont pas pris en charge pour l'éducation. Donc aujourd'hui, nous instruire. La seule chose qui peut faire évoluer nos enfants. Donc, je suis très que cette loi soit prise en compte et au niveau de mon pays. Yes, thank you.
Juste, Anna, je parlerai en français aussi. Donc, Anna, je pense que l'avenir de notre monde dépend, et là je cite une citation que j'ai très bien aimée, votre citation, d'instaurer un climat sain et inclusif au niveau de nos établissements scolaires et d'assurer une continuité pédagogique dans tous les coins du monde et dans toutes les conditions pour nos enfants. Merci.
Monsieur, that is French, and I'm sure that the moderator and the translators will give you something to work on. From the left, have neighbors spoken? Were neighbors speaking? Neighbors, what did you say?
So we say that we are here and very intentional about it. Yeah, we said that we are here and very intentional about it because this is part and parcel of what we do on a day-to-day basis. Yes.
The word is they are not only here, they are here with an intention. May we resume to our seats now? May we resume to our seats as we receive the principal guest, kindly. Moderator Musa, kindly resume to your seat. So let's resume to our seats, kindly. Did neighbors speak on this side? What did the neighbors say?
Okay, they say that people are really willing to help children in our education. They're really looking forward to help us.
Ibrahim, thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you so much. That was kind of you. That was kind of you. It tells me that we are following and it is a commitment from us. So we are in anticipation of receiving our guest, but I still see neighbors conversing. Neighbors, what are you saying?
So this is the representative from Sudan, and we were just discussing the context there. So perhaps, may I pass the mic to her so she can share some of this very relevant topic?
Bismillah, alhamdulillah. I'm Hala Khalafallah, Minister of Education in Sudan. I'm coming this conference to clear some problem in our Sudan education. All my child and students and youth Sudan out of education the war making us out of schools. Maybe 1,500 absent school because of war, because the militia make war in Sudan. Sudan children, all Sudan children at this time are refugees out Sudan, out school. I ask all نستفيد من الكونفرنس. أنا أسأل كل المنظمات. أنا قاعدة هنا. I'm crying because I know this in Sudan in conference حقيقة. Ask UNICEF, Save the Children, UNESCO to help our child in Sudan. Make them go back to school. I think the militia, yes. I'm sorry, I'm crying because I'm very, very affected. I don't live in Sudan in conference.
No, absolutely. I think this stresses the need for peace and for also key stakeholders as well as partners to ensure that we take measures that support our civilians and students as well as teachers. Thank you so much for your intervention. I'll pass the floor back to Mike. Is there anyone else that would like to share some messages? Please feel more than free. I'll be happy to pass you the mic. I know, but...
So thank you so much, neighbors who have spoken, and thank you so much for the team who allowed me to do a bit of some setup. There's a friend of mine who've given him has given a phone to me. Where are you? I have someone's phone. So if you don't have your phone, I have it. Confirm you have your phone. If you don't have, come with several dollars. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, as we are at anticipation to receive our principal guest. It is my singular honor and duty to request all of us to give a lot of applause to our UN Residence Coordinator here in Nairobi, our good friend, Mr. Stephen Jackson, to give us his statement. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hand together for our friend, Stephen Jackson. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So, to Madam SRSG, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, good morning. I have been asked to do two things today, one of which I'm very comfortable doing, which is offering some words of thanks and welcome on behalf of the United Nations in Kenya. The second I'm much less comfortable doing, which is adding my thoughts on the importance of safe schools. And the reason I'm uncomfortable with that I'll come to in just a second. So let me start with the sincere thanks. Thanks to the Government of Kenya indeed, and His Excellency the Prime Cabinet Secretary will be with us very shortly. Also to thank the Safe School champion countries. Norway, through you, State Secretary, Spain, Argentina, Nigeria, but all of the, I think, more than 60 countries in the room, and the more than 100 that we have present in Kenya through the diplomatic corps, the 193 member states of the United Nations, all of you in your different ways, keeping this agenda alive and urgent. So that's the thanks and the welcome. The bit that I'm much less comfortable doing is adding my thoughts when we've heard so eloquently and movingly already this morning from our extraordinary young moderator, who I think did just an amazing job of reminding us how real this agenda is. And then my sister, Julia, from UNRWA, who just reminded us very viscerally how real, how alive, how important, but also how tragic and violated this agenda is. We are gathering at a time when, paradoxically, the Safe Schools Declaration matters more than ever, because in many ways it's being violated more than ever. Around the world, schools, places that should be sanctuaries of learning, are under attack. In 2023 alone, the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack documented over 3,000 incidents of attacks on schools, on students, and on educators. And, well, it's the oldest cliche in the world, isn't it? Behind every statistic of that kind is a shattered classroom, a teacher silence, a child robbed of their future. Right at the start of my own career in the 1990s, because I am an old man now, I worked in a succession of humanitarian crises. Somalia in 1992, Rwanda 1994, Angola, DR Congo. And I won't forget until the day I die that in all of those places I had exchanges with kids who had been driven or bombed out of their homes and their schools, kids who you could so easily imagine saying some of the things that that little girl on the video from Gaza was saying about how much she misses her school, how much it's not the bombs that she fears or the bullets, but it is the thought that she might never again have the opportunity to learn. A little bit later, in 2007, our kids, 3 of them, they were young, missed 2 days of school because of open armed conflict on the streets of Kinshasa. Just 2 days. But it gave me the narrowest of windows into what it would be like to be a parent whose kids were missing not 2 days, but 2 years or 2 decades of education. Whether in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan, we can keep multiplying the examples. DR Congo, a country that I know and love very well. This is the human cost of these attacks. And it's been said in so many ways this morning, and it will be said in many other ways as we continue. Education is a lifeline, not just a service that you can put to one side. When conflict causes schools to close, then hope also closes. When schools close, indeed, the Sustainable Development Goals fade. They're no longer the North Star of our collective determination and aspiration as a planet. Those 17 SDGs are left as just a forlorn and unachievable dream. And so we simply can't accept, permit, tolerate this. Not in this 21st century. Excellencies and friends, the states that have signed the Safe Schools Declaration are therefore duty bearers. That isn't just a symbolic point, it's a legal and moral responsibility. And implementing the Safe Schools Declaration means very concrete things, like the obligation to integrate the protection of education into military doctrine, to ensure accountability for violations, and to allocate resources to keep schools safe, even in times of crisis. So governments have a singular responsibility, but they can't do it alone. And civil society, the media, and communities are all essential to this fight too, and I know that all of those segments of our societies are represented in this chamber. Civil society in particular does and must call out attacks on education, amplify the voices of victims, and demand justice. Silence is complicity. Loud and persistent advocacy can afford at least a measure of protection. And so, as we get underway with this conference, let us remember, safeguarding education is not optional, it is foundational. It's the cornerstone of resilience, recovery, and again, of the Sustainable Development Goals, because education is at the foundation of the SDGs. If we fail to protect schools, we fail the SDGs. If we fail the SDGs, we fail the future. Sometimes, as I close, we're faced with cliché, because cliché somehow still tells the truth. It is said that it takes a village to raise a child. Well, I think we're here in this room, in this chamber, to take note that it takes the world to protect a child's right to learn. So thank you for your solidarity in that fight, and let's hope that this meeting is more than just words, but takes forward a very real commitment to protect that child's right to learn, every child's right to learn. Asanteni sana, as we say here in Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Nation Residence Coordinator, for your candid words, Mr. Stephen Jackson. We don't take it for granted for you. Evident that this is not known. In order for us to elucidate and look at the back, given an account of the 5 international conferences that have taken place, and where have we done it right? Where do we need to pull up our socks if we have them? What do we need to do as people who believes in safe schools? This being a decade of commitment, who are you to scatter children? It is evident that all of us seated here today, we have an engagement that we need to give, a commitment that we need to sign in our hearts. And by so doing, it will be proof that our children are safe wherever they are. Our moderator this morning, the child representative, said, our children goes to school And that's where the students, the pupils are taken by nurturing their talent. Where the students, the pupils are taken by nurturing their talents, and identifying their potential. So it is a clarion call for. We say if we don't take care of our children, we don't have a continuation of a generation. Children are not taken care of. There will be no continuation. The generations you want to nurture, will be dictated. The kind of the some timelines. When we meet in the 6th anniversary, just the way neighbors spoke to each other, you'll be able to speak to your neighbor and say, neighbor, when we were in Kenya, the moderator Mike told us, think on a few things that you can do to address this issue. And when we meet next, you'll give us your scorecard. That is where we are moving to. So it is my call, and I'm happy because I could see people taking notes. I could see delegations discussing among themselves that we forge a way forward, not only to have a conference, with this kind of an environment, very nice one, but after the environment, after the conference, what next? We always ask ourselves, after school, what? After schooling, what? So when we give an environment which is conducive for our children, they will start building a nurtured mind that even after this generation is no longer there, we all believe that there is a stability in our children. How many times do you think of a child and then you say, this is the generation that was spoken? They don't listen, they don't hear, they don't understand. In Kiswahili we say wamepotea. But it is our role as parents, as guardians, to speak to them. We give them a safe stay, we train them, give them an opportunity to build what they think is right. And by so doing, things will be okay. Some music interlude. As we are on standby to receive the chief guest.
بذكر لكم يعني بعض المواقف مع الحرب. أول موقف أتذكر إنه كان وأنا بصف رابع كنت في المدرسة. أول مرة وقع فيها قصف كان بقصف الصواريخ. يعني صوت الصواريخ كان قوي جدا. فلما يجي الضرب القوي فيضطروا ينزلوا الدول السطحية.
Тільки страшно, що тривога може бути, прильот, бо школа – це учебний заклад. По таким місцям часто стріляють зараз.
akwai abin da ya faru. Yan Boko Haram suka mana hari da ya Mankari ba, so kona ajujuwanmu. Abin da a lokacin gaskiya ya faru da suka kona makarantar mu na ji kunci sosai.
كل ما نيجي المدرسة نسمع الدانات. السنين الدانة رحتني في سور المدرسة.
Akwai lokacin da muna zaune aka zo aka kori malamanmu aka sa wa makarantar mu wuta.
Sentirme insegura en el colegio me afecta de muchas formas, ya que uno siempre mantiene en la expectativa de que vaya a pasar algo o de que pasen los drones con bombas y de pronto vaya a caer uno en el colegio.
A escola todo quemaron con guerra.
الحرب يعني لبناء مستقبل لأنه لدرس البيت يعني وين رايحين لازم إنك تكون متعلم.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for our principal guest who is joining us. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome our principal guest. I will invite all of us to be upstanding. Of our principal guest, please resume to your seats. Our chief guest, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Education, Mr. Julius Maigosi Ogamba, the Cabinet and State Secretaries from other states present, Excellencies, Ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Principal Secretaries present, Director General present, Regional Directors present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a good morning, Your Excellency, sir, as you join us in this celebration. As we come together as champions of safety for our children. Our clarion call, safe education for all, a decade of commitment, a call for action through the Safe Schools Declaration. Sir, with your permission, allow me to invite our Principal Secretary for Education, Professor Ambassador Bitok, to come on stage and give us a welcome remark. Let's appreciate our PS as he takes the stage.
Your Excellency, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Honorable Julius Migozo Gamba, Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Education, my colleague PS for State Department for Children, PS Karen Agenga, Excellency Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, representatives of the UN, the civil society, the African Union, academia, our courageous children and youth, allow me to begin by saying a warm welcome to all of us to Safe Schools Declaration 2025. Most welcome. My name is Ambassador Professor Julius Bitok, PS for Basic Education. Allow me to read a few remarks. It is my profound honor to welcome all of you to Nairobi for the 5th International Conference on Safe Schools Declaration. We are deeply privileged to host this landmark gathering, one that marks 10 years of collective commitment to protect education from the devastation of armed conflict. Karibu sana. In Kenya we say karibu. This conference is historic because we are commemorating 10 years, of which 25 years of optimal protocols on the involvement of children in armed conflict, and stand right after the African Union's year of education. Our goal, of course, in this conference is both very clear and very urgent: to strengthen the protection of education by 2030 through a common action plan to accelerate implementation of Safe Schools Declaration and ensure that all attacks on education are met with accountability, not silence. So let us remember that behind every child, or rather behind every statistic, is a child whose dreams have been delayed or destroyed, a teacher forced to flee, or a community scared by war. So it is really, really critical. So today, even as we come together to assess where we stand, and be bold to confront the gaps that remain in this very important subject. Your Excellency, allow me to say that may this gathering be driven by courage, compassion, and conviction towards safe education. May our work here pave way for safer schools, empower children, create resilient communities across the world. In conclusion, Your Excellency, let us make this conference a turning point for education in conflict-affected areas. Your Excellency, sir, even as we reflect on this very important topic, allow me to say that under the competency-based education in Kenya, we believe that the pathways that we have created, the 3 pathways, that is STEM, social sciences, and arts and sports, creates a very good opportunity to create a very safe environment for our children, because we are not forcing children to do what they don't like. We are encouraging them to be competent in the talents that they have. In addition to that, We are also committed to ensuring that our schools around the country are safe. And we are building capacity of our quality assurance officers so that in every corner of this country, the safety of our children is assured. As I wind up, I want to say, while I was in the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, we championed the Shirika Plan, which is an integral part of this conversation. And we are confident that the discussions around Shirika Plan adds value to this very important conversation. At this point, allow me to once again welcome all of us to Kenya. Enjoy the hospitality of Kenya. Karibu sana, all our partners, all our co-hosts, all our international guests and partners from Argentina, from Norway, from Spain, from Nigeria, UNICEF, from African Union. Karibu sana. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A lot of applause for the Principal Secretary. Thank you so much, Ambassador Professor Bitok, for that candid welcome remark. In any situation, if you don't have an objective, you'll just go helter-skelter. But I'm glad because this morning, Madam Ola, who is our chair, Global Coalition, Protection Education from Attack, is now taking the stage to give us the objective. Why are we here? A lot of applause for our chair as she gives us the objectives of this conference. Welcome, Madam Chair.
Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of Kenya, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. It is an honor to welcome you to Nairobi for the 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration. I am deeply grateful to the Government of Kenya, to our co-hosts, and to all of you for your leadership and your presence. We are gathered here today to build on previous conferences hosted by Norway, Argentina, Spain, and Nigeria, to reflect on progress made, to share challenges and best practices, students and teachers. The most recent data from the 2020, the highest number of grave violations against rape and other forms of sexual violence. Meanwhile, risks for protecting schools and universities from military use during armed conflict remain a cornerstone of our global efforts to keep learning spaces safe, and his legacy endures in his scholarship and in our gratitude. These remarkable individuals and many more that have contributed to these causes, very many of whom we are lucky to share this space with today, remind us that progress relies not only on coalitions and political agreements, but on dedicated individuals who see what is possible and work tirelessly to make it real. This conference is unlike any of the previous Safe Schools Declaration conferences, and as I look around, I want to acknowledge that never before have we had so many affected states so meaningfully represented. Much of the content of the sessions and the solutions that we will be showcasing are the result of the work of partners involved with the state-led implementation network. The design of these sessions and this work has been collaborative, working closely with champion states, with GCPA members and partners. And the participation of children and youth leaders, representatives, is a cause of celebration. I know that we're all very impressed. It is also a humbling reminder of how high the stakes are. This conference is an opportunity to create change. This is the time for new endorsements and a critical assessment of what's needed to realize the Safe Schools Declaration on the ground. We must deepen our engagement, strengthen cooperation across sectors, and build on commitments to date. This is a moment to be ambitious, to identify where protection is weakest and where progress can be accelerated. It is a moment to move from broad support to concrete action. We must prioritize actionable implementation strategies, strengthen accountability at a time of growing impunity, and increase monitoring at a time when funding and support is being slashed. While we are extremely fortunate to have more robust youth and survivor inclusion than ever before at a Safe Schools conference, it is not enough, and we must all priority during humanitarian crises. And this is the moment to listen to them and to that plea. To young people, to teachers, to
futuro de la humanidad. La niñez es el presente y es el ahora. Y por ello tenemos que seguir trabajando juntos para que logremos garantizar a nuestros niños, niñas y adolescentes sus derechos como sujetos especial de protección. Que la educación sea un derecho ya. Muchas gracias.
Merci, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next level of commitment we will now hear from COMESA. Dr. Oita Etiang would not be here with us today, would have been here with us today, but he will be represented by Mr. Richard Otwaru. Please join me to welcome my brother Richard Otwaru on stage to give us the remarks on behalf of Mr. Oita Etiang.
Thank you. Our guest of honor, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Your Excellencies here present, distinguished delegates, honor and privilege to be with you all here today. On behalf of my Secretary General, High Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, I bring you warm greetings from the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. For our delegates who are not familiar with COMESA, it has a membership of 21 member states, all scattered within Africa. And when I listened to the first session where there are grave violations against children, in the first session, our member states are also part of it. DRC was highly mentioned, and Sudan, where there are active conflicts. Those are all members of COMESA. First of all, our appreciation to the government of the Republic of Kenya and our co-organizers for convening this 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration. This gathering takes place against a sobering backdrop. Across the region, our children continue to bear the heaviest burden of conflict and insecurity. Schools in conflict-affected states have been destroyed or militarized, whilst in some communities, children walk long distances, in some instances through conflict zones, just to attend class. Our children risk sexual violence and exploitation, recruitment as child soldiers, family separation, displacement, and the right to access education. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Safe Schools Declaration reminds us that education is not only a human right, it is in every sense an act of peace building. In conflict-affected societies, classrooms often become the first line of defense for stability. This is where children regain a sense of normalcy, where communities heal, and where nations begin to rebuild their social fabric after crisis. As COMESA, we believe protecting education is a central humanitarian concern for sustaining peace, regional stability, and economic transformation. Education equips young people with values and skills to resolve disputes peacefully, counter extremism, and build livelihoods, all of which are foundational stones for long-term security and prosperity. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we can all agree that no child in school becomes a child soldier. No community with learning thrives on violence. When education systems collapse under the weight of conflict, the costs ripple far beyond the classroom. Labor markets shrink, cross-border trade declines, and regional integration efforts falter. On the other hand, when education is safeguarded, it becomes a peace dividend that strengthens government and social cohesion and inclusive growth across the region. Therefore, by aligning its peace, security, and governance programs with the Safe School Declaration, COMESA positions education as both a peace-building instrument and economic enabler, serving a bridge for conflict prevention, regional integration, and sustainable development. Protecting education for COMESA is protecting the region's most strategic asset. It is human capital and it is future. The COMESA region is one of the most demographically useful and yet conflict-affected regions in Africa. Our region faces a myriad of security challenges, including armed conflict, climate-related disasters, economic fragility, and population displacement, which all undermine education and the well-being of children. Ongoing hostilities in some of the member states, I've already alluded to some of them, have forced millions of children out of school. In the Great Lakes region alone, the occupation of schools by armed groups continues to deny children access to safe learning spaces. Cross-border extremism has led to attacks on schools and teachers in some parts of the Horn of Africa. Meanwhile, climate shocks such as cyclones have destroyed infrastructure and forced children to abandon learning to help their families survive in parts of Southern Africa. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to respond decisively to the continuing suffering of children in conflict situations, COMESA has taken deliberate actions to develop a comprehensive regional strategy on children affected by armed conflict. This framework is fully aligned with the Africa Peace and Security Architecture and with the principles of Safe School Declarations, ensuring that education and child protection are placed at the very center of our regional peace and security agenda. We have developed a CAC strategy for implementation from 2026 to 2030. This strategy responds directly to the 6 grave violations against our children identified by the United Nations Security Council, including attack on schools, the recruitment and use of children in armed groups, abductions, and sexual violence. The strategy is anchored on 3 strategic pillars, namely prevention, protection, and promotion. In addition to the strategy, we have also developed guidelines on disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration for children associated with armed forces and armed groups. These guidelines were developed in recognition of a painful reality that several of our member states' children continue to forcibly be recruited and exploited by armed groups. Through these guidelines, we seek to provide practical direction to troop and police contributing countries on how to manage such cases in line with international human rights and humanitarian standards. Anchored on 3 principles, we aim to ensure that every child associated with armed group must be treated first and foremost as a victim, never as a perpetrator. Education is central to integration and recovery. Every disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration process must create a pathway to formal or vocational learning. And lastly, all actions must have sensitivity to trauma, culture, and community reintegration. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to sustain peace beyond the cessation of conflict, COMESA has also developed a technical guidance notes on post-conflict reconstruction and development, PCRD. This framework takes a long-term view, ensuring that children and education remain at the center of rebuilding societies emerging from war. It recognizes that the true measure of recovery is not how quickly buildings are rebuilt, but how effectively the lives and the hopes of our children are resolved. Conflicts in our region leave children not only as witnesses, but as casualties, participants and survivors. They are robbed of their childhoods, their education, and often their sense of belonging. The guidance note is therefore our way of ensuring children are not forgotten once the fighting stops, but are part of the rebuilding and reconstruction process. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these commitments are not just aspirations on paper. COMESA's CAC initiatives are already yielding measurable progress in the region. First, on evidence generation, COMESA conducted the first regional mapping study on children affected by armed conflict way back in 2021, which established a solid evidence base linking security, child protection, and education disruption, and proposed child-sensitive indicators for our early warning system. The second on capacity building for Southern Africa and Uganda for Eastern Africa, engaging civil society, human rights institutions to strengthen advocacy, develop CAC early warning indicators, and promote coordinated regional action. As we mark 10 years of collective commitment under the SSD and deliberate over the next few days, COMESA calls for renewed resolve and coordinated regional action to translate these commitments to tangible protection of our children. First, we urge all member states to domesticate and institutionalize the SSD within their national frameworks on education, defense, justice, and humanitarian response. Let us ensure that this document becomes a lived reality embedded with our national laws, educational policies, and peace building. Second, COMESA encourages governments to integrate child protection and access to education indicators into national and regional early warning and resilience systems. This will enable real-time detection of risks to learners and schools, allowing for swift protection. Thirdly, we call for enhanced regional cooperation to ensure continuity of education for displaced and the refugee children, including mutual recognition of learning and safe cross-border access to schooling. During conflict, education must be treated as essential service that follows the child, not a privilege lost to circumstances beyond their control. Finally, COMESA commits to aligning its CAC initiatives with the outcomes of this conference and the Nairobi Action Plan, as well as working hand in hand with partners, governments, communities to ensure that every child in our region can learn in a safe space with dignity, hope, even in most difficult circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember, when we protect our schools, we protect our peace. When we safeguard our children, we secure the future of our region. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is Richard Atuaru on behalf of COMESA. As I invite on stage once again the Principal Secretary, Ambassador Bitok, to come and take us to the next level of engagement, I will seek the indulgence of everyone who will be coming on stage, because I see I have a list of 7 who are to make a statement. This is the co-host statements. I just seek your indulgence with the guidance of the CS, Education Kenya, Mr. Ugamba. Kindly let us confine ourselves into the statement, each to take maybe less than 3 minutes, so that we can finalize this session. Bwana PS Bitok, kindly.
Our chief guest once again, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, our Prime Minister and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign, our Minister Amigos, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been given a simple task to introduce the Minister. But before I introduce the Minister, allow me to introduce my colleague, PS for State Department for Children, PS Karen Akengo. Can we put our hands together to... Thank you very much, PS. We are now going to the ministerial level, and allow me to introduce my minister, Advocate Julius Migos Ogamba, who is our sector leader and has been very instrumental in putting together this conference. As you're all aware, this is an interministerial conference. It brings together different departments, different agencies, different ministries together, and with the leadership of Wakili Ogamba, we've been able to come together, put our ideas together. He's been actually leading from the front in terms of ideas, in terms of policies, and we really appreciate his work even as he brings together. This Safe Schools Declaration is very critical in the sense that when we protect everybody, there's consensus around the world that when a child is protected, the society is protected. There's consensus across the board, and our CS here has been very categorical that Safe Schools Declaration conference has to be done in a very, very special way. So let us put our hands together to invite Advocate Honorable Julius Migos, advocate of more than 30 years in legal practice. Let's put our hands together to invite him. Karibu sana wakili. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PS. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers here present, representatives of the African Union and the United Nations, members of the diplomatic corps here present, esteemed delegates, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning again. Let me start by first and foremost thanking Your Excellency for getting time to come. I know that you had a very hectic program, and apologize on our own behalf for starting late. We were supposed to be a bit earlier, but we had other engagements, so we came a bit late. Secondly, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the ministry and on behalf of the team that has put this conference together to welcome all of you to Kenya and to thank you most sincerely for undertaking this exercise of coming up with a Safe Schools Declaration, which to me is the most important aspect on the education sector, not just in Kenya, but across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as you well know, for those countries like ours that have placed it in our constitutions that education is a basic right, it cannot be a basic right, it cannot be achieved if our schools are unsafe for our children. And I hasten even to postulate that the safety of our schools and of our children in those schools should not only be limited to situations of armed conflict. In situations where, for example, there is internal conflict, external conflict, or crises or violence arising out of such issues as election violence in the country, the safety and the children's safety in our schools becomes of paramount importance. So what I'm saying or suggesting is that as you deliberate, we might want to do an extension of this declaration not only to cover armed conflict, but to extend to crises and other violent situations that affect our schools, affect our children in every and each situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the co-hosts making statements here, and as you've been informed, let's limit those statements to 4 minutes, and then thereafter, we have about 7 of them. I'll make the last one, number 8, and then I invite His Excellency to make his remarks. And to start us off is Andreas Modsvelt Kravit of Norway. I might not have pronounced it very well because the pronunciation sometimes differs. I pronounce it the way we could pronounce it in Kenya. Please welcome.
The pronunciation was perfect. Excellency Prime Cabinet Secretary Musala Mudavadi, Cabinet Secretary Ubamba, Principal Secretary Bitok, Excellencies, government officials, co-hosts, champion states, and not least youth representatives. It's a great honor to address you here today at this important conference. And let me just preface my remarks by saying again that we're very grateful to the Kenyan government. I would like to thank His Excellency Musala Mudavadi personally for his engagement and for his commitment to this conference. I know you have been personally involved and you have been personally committed into making this conference a success, and we're very grateful for that. Let me also take this opportunity and thank especially the youth representatives. As I think we are all aware of, young people, youth are disproportionately affected by armed conflict. So to see so many young people here, I spoke to my friend Ibrahim from Nigeria just a few moments ago, and we chatted about the importance of this instrument, and that young people come to this event, hold us accountable, demanding that we do better, is a challenge that we should appreciate and a challenge that we should meet. And again, we're very grateful for that opportunity. It's a great honor to address you today at this important conference. 11 years ago, Save the Children approached the Norwegian government about the terrible situation children in armed conflict were facing. The military use of schools and attacks on educational facilities were a growing concern. Children and youth were put at great risk, and they were often denied their right to education. Few things are more important for children and youth and for society than safe access to education. Something needed to change, and it was urgent that states take on this challenge. And Norway reached out to a few key states to champion this issue. And on May 28, 2015, the Safe Schools Declaration was launched in Oslo, Norway. 37 states immediately endorsed it. Today, 10 years later, we are gathered here in Nairobi for the 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration. We are grateful again to Kenya for hosting this important event, and Norway is proud to be a co-host. The conference brings together governments, UN agencies, civil society, academia, and youth advocates to reflect on progress and share experiences. And the number of endorsing states have now grown from 37 to 122. And the declaration has now become an internationally accepted standard, encouraging states to prevent attacks on education and limit the military use of schools and universities. The cooperation between states, civil society, and multilateral organizations, including the Global Coalition for the Protection of Education from Attack, has laid the groundwork for our achievements. And I'm happy to see so many representatives from these groups here today. At the heart of the declaration are the guidelines for protecting schools and universities from military use during armed conflict. These guidelines clearly articulate that educational facilities should not be used to support military operations, and the rights to education must be upheld also during armed conflict. It is encouraging to see how endorsing states have integrated these principles into military policy and practices, including in the recent update of the Norwegian Military Manual. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a time of significant global instability. Conflicts rage in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. And despite the progress we have made, attacks on educational facilities continue. Schools are bombed, burned, and occupied. Students and teachers are killed, injured, abducted, or arbitrarily detained. Should we be discouraged? Absolutely not. We must never ignore the fundamental need children express to have safe access to education. What gives me hope is that we know, and is well documented, that where the Declaration is implemented, educational facilities and people connected to them are better protected. The continuation of education is better ensured. This underscores why the Safe School Declaration remains indispensable. It gives us a standard that all parties to conflict are measured against and provides clear guidance on how to do better. The voices of civil society, the media, and communities continue to call out attacks on education. These attacks are not accepted. They are seen as crossing a line. Accountability is demanded. Together, we must continue to call out those who cross the line that we have set out. We must continue our work to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, and we must continue to uphold the dignity of children and students and respect their fundamental rights. By doing so, we protect not only their future, but our shared humanity. And thank you again for giving me the opportunity to provide this speech. Thank you.
Thank you, and well done within the minutes. And it's encouraging to see that the countries had moved from 37 to 122. And maybe it is time for us to encourage those states to ensure that the Safe Schools Declaration finds its way into the national laws of each and every country that is part and parcel of it. Our next speaker is Lucia Garcia Rico from Spain. Welcome.
Excelencias, distinguidas autoridades, primer ministro, distinguidas autoridades, distinguidos delegados, España saluda y agradece al Gobierno de Kenia la organización de esta quinta Conferencia Internacional de Escuelas Seguras y su liderazgo decidido para hacerla posible en este 10º aniversario de la Declaración Escuelas Seguras. Agradecemos también el impulso destacado de la Coalición Global para proteger a la educación frente a los ataques, aliada imprescindible en la implementación de esta declaración. En esta lista de agradecimientos no debe faltar la mención a los representantes de organismos internacionales, ONGs y sociedad civil también presentes, imprescindibles en esta década de avances. 10 años después de la adopción de la declaración, sin embargo, el panorama es sombrío. Las escuelas siguen siendo atacadas y los datos que Naciones Unidas nos aporta reflejan que en los últimos años incluso se han incrementado en un 44%. España tiene un firme compromiso con la protección de la educación como derecho fundamental y como habilitante de otros derechos fundamentales. Apoyamos firmemente la Declaración Escuelas Seguras, el mayor compromiso político internacional para garantizar el derecho a la educación durante los conflictos armados. En esta década, 122 estados nos hemos comprometido a proteger a estudiantes y a docentes y a evitar que las escuelas y universidades se conviertan en objetivos militares. Los datos mencionados deben impulsarnos a redoblar esfuerzos hacia la plena aplicación de la declaración, así como para lograr su universalidad. Permítanme destacar algunas lecciones aprendidas de nuestra experiencia en estos 10 años. En primer lugar, la necesidad de reforzar los mecanismos de monitoreo e investigación, para con esos datos poder exigir la rendición de cuentas y la reparación de las víctimas. España está firmemente comprometida con la lucha contra la impunidad, la rendición de cuentas y la protección de las víctimas en los ataques contra las escuelas, y lo defendemos y promovemos en todos los foros. En este sentido, en julio de este año organizamos con la coalición un seminario sobre ataques a escuelas y rendición de cuentas, celebrado en Ginebra para discutir estrategias. Es, en segundo lugar, muy importante destacar la necesidad de colaborar con las autoridades locales. Es fundamental e imprescindible también incorporar la perspectiva regional para facilitar el intercambio de experiencias cercanas sobre las que aprender. España reitera su apoyo a los esfuerzos nacionales y a los comités y planes de acción de implementación de la declaración y a las directrices que se están desarrollando en países como Colombia, Guatemala, los países andinos o diversos países sahelianos. También es imprescindible el enfoque multiactor. Ministerios civiles y militares, sociedad civil, líderes religiosos, grupos armados no estatales. Todos ellos deben integrarse en la estrategia de protección de la educación. Para ello, deben estar sensibilizados y formados en los principios de precaución, protección, prevención y mitigación. Es fundamental también que los diferentes niveles de la Administración puedan mantener un diálogo permanente con todos ellos. Debemos buscar acuerdos colectivos que impulsen cambios en las prácticas y actitudes, asegurar la participación de niñas, niños y adolescentes con enfoques positivos y transformadores de género, buscando espacios para la construcción de una cultura de paz. Los ataques a la educación no son neutros. Las niñas suelen ser blanco específico de violencia por motivos de géneros. Ellas sufren desproporcionadamente más agresiones físicas, secuestros, matrimonios forzados y violencia sexual, vulnerando su derecho a la educación y perpetuando ciclos de discriminación y exclusión, aumentando la probabilidad de abandono escolar y retroalimentando la brecha de género. España tiene el firme compromiso de apoyar respuestas sensibles al género para garantizar entornos educativos seguros y equitativos. El compromiso de España con la declaración se concreta en la prioridad que otorgamos a la educación en emergencias y a la agenda Escuelas Seguras. Hemos fortalecido significativamente las actuaciones en este sector a través de las agencias de Naciones Unidas y de la sociedad civil y a través de iniciativas de diplomacia humanitaria. Colaboramos con UNICEF, UNRWA, así como con Save the Children, entre otros. Abordamos nuestro trabajo siempre desde una perspectiva de nexo entre la acción humanitaria, el desarrollo, la construcción de la paz y la acción climática, vinculando educación en emergencias con resiliencia y prevención. España, a través de la Agencia de Cooperación, ha integrado notablemente los fondos destinados a la educación en emergencias, destinando más de 50 millones de euros desde 2017 a 2024. En 6 años hemos pasado de no alcanzar 1 millón de euros a los casi 12 millones en el año pasado. Queremos consolidar esta línea de trabajo, que prevé aumentar la contribución de España en ayuda oficial al desarrollo hasta el 0,7% del PIB e incluye el compromiso de que al menos el 10% de ese presupuesto se destine a la acción humanitaria. Para concluir, 10 años después de nuestra adhesión a la declaración, participamos copatrocinando esta 5ª conferencia, con la misma determinación para continuar afianzando los avances y plantear nuevos objetivos que nos lleven a mayores logros. Nuestro compromiso es seguir promoviendo la universalización de la declaración, impulsar la rendición de cuentas y hacer hincapié en el impacto de género. Nos esperan 2 días de intenso trabajo en torno a un objetivo compartido, aprovechar el impulso político y el consenso en torno a esta agenda para concretar líneas prácticas de trabajo que permitan salvar vidas y proteger el derecho universal a la educación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, and it is important to note that at least Spain is extending that declaration of safety not just to children but also to the teachers, which is, I think, an important aspect. Our next speaker is Ambassador Luis Alejandro Levitt from Argentina. Welcome.
His Excellency Mr. Prime Cabinet Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs Diaspora, Dr. Mudavadi, His Excellency Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Agamba, His Excellency Principal Secretary for Education, Julius Vitok, representatives of Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack, representative for the countries present at the conference, representatives of the civil society. It's a privilege for me to be present as a co-organizer as the 5th International Conference on the Safe School Declaration. Argentina was also a co-founder of this initiative 10 years ago. It is also an honor to share the stage with us and important speakers. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack for its ongoing and indispensable work. I also wish to thank the champion states and non-governmental organizations as co-organizers. I would like to extend a very special thank to the government of Kenya for taking on the responsibility of organizing the conference, its leadership in both timely and significant, especially bring this important agenda to the African continent. I also want to thank Norway and Spain for this working alone in this important event and in this process. I would like to highlight the interstate collaboration and the efforts to protect education in the context of armed conflict, and the joint work that the champions of this initiative have been developing for years, both at this and previous conferences, including the one held in Argentina in 2017. In that particular conference in Buenos Aires, that experience allowed us to contribute to sustaining the momentum generated in Oslo in 2015. I would also like to acknowledge the strong cooperation of states with civil society and international organizations, many of which are present at the conference. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Argentina is honored to be present in this forum to focus on the Declaration on Safe Schools and the Nairobi Action Plan. Don't forget the Nairobi Action Plan that will be adopted in this conference. Thus, the guidelines preventing the military use of schools and universities during armed conflicts emerged from a process initiated and led by civil society, centered on existing international humanitarian law, and focused on the problem of frequent and deliberate attack against education. It was in this context that negotiations began in Geneva, seeking through the declaration to achieve a political commitment to use the guidelines and incorporate them into school defense practices. It is worth to mention that neither the 4 Geneva Conventions nor the additional protocols contain provisions that expressly address the protection of schools. This highlights the importance of these initiatives that bring us together today. Argentina is not immune to the profound humanitarian crisis the world faces, especially in areas affected by armed conflicts, where indiscriminate or deliberate attacks, particularly against the civilian population and civilian objects, violate international human rights law. As part of its commitment to the comprehensive defense of human rights and the strengthening for international humanitarian law, Argentina wishes to draw attention to the seriousness of attacks against education in the context of armed conflicts. Let me be very clear. Maybe the Colombian congressman already mentioned that attacking a school for a regular army is a crime. It's also a crime to occupy schools, store weapons in a school facility, and hide them behind students. I wish to emphasize that the declaration is not only relevant for countries experiencing armed conflicts, but also for the entire international community, since its universalization contributes to the expansion of a community of interest that seeks to prevent the military use of educational facilities and to protect and ensure the continuity of education during armed conflicts, commitment assumed upon joining the declaration. Distinguished representatives, it is important to emphasize that attacks on education weaken the population, public and private institutions, and compromise the ability of those most effective of ambition a different future. In this regard, we believe it is crucial to highlight the relevance and timelessness of this declaration, given the attacks on schools during armed conflicts remain a pressing humanitarian challenge. Distinguished delegates, protecting education will lead us to dialogue, critical thinking, and the development of social-emotional skills that can not only contribute to peaceful coexistence and tolerance, but will also serve as a cornerstone for preventing future conflicts. For this reason, while thanking the states present and acknowledge for collaborative work, I urge those countries to have not yet signed the declaration to take this an opportunity to do so here in Nairobi. Finally, I wish to emphasize that this initiative is not only about protecting schools and children, it is about securing the future of our societies for a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I think the emphasis is that the Nairobi Action Plan must now be clear that you'll be moving from a declaration to implementation. Our next speaker is Louise, the UNESCO Regional Director, Louise Axelsen. Very, very difficult. We need to do something about it. Welcome.
Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Cabinet Secretary for Education, State Secretary of Norway, champions of the Safe School Declaration, being its states, peoples, and in particular young people present in this room. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it is a great honor for UNESCO to join you as we mark the 10th anniversary of the Safe Schools Declaration. A decade on, our message remains simple and urgent. Schools must be places of safety and learning, never battlefields, never targets, and never tools of war. This anniversary is not only a moment to reflect on what we have accomplished together, it is also a call to intensify our collective efforts to guarantee that protection deserves. With less than 5 years remaining to achieve SDG 4, we are reminded that leaving no one behind means prioritizing the most vulnerable populations, especially those living and learning in conflict zones. To reinforce this commitment, UNESCO is strengthening its support for national implementation of the Safe Schools Declaration and UN Security Council Resolution 2601. A major step forward in this effort is the development of the new preventive plan of action to protect education from attack requested by UNESCO's Executive Board. We drafted this plan with strong inputs from our key partners, many of whom are with us here in the room today, as well as from member states and our field offices. It brings together UNESCO's existing work and sets out a stronger, more coordinated path forward. The plan is still being refined, but its core is around 3 main areas of action to be implemented by UNESCO at the global, regional, and national level. And let me take you through these 3 priorities for UNESCO in relation to the Safe Schools Declaration. First, stronger global advocacy and partnerships. We aim to keep the Safe Schools Declaration high on the global agenda and help governments translate commitments into concrete changes on the ground. Second, a more robust education in emergencies response. This means helping countries integrate school safety into their education plans, training teachers and school leaders for crisis situations, improving infrastructure standards, and ensuring learning continues even in times of emergency. So very much action focused both on prevention, action during emergencies, and in its immediate aftermath. And third, advancing education for peace. Through the new recommendation on education for peace, human rights, and sustainable development, UNESCO will support countries in building learning environment that promotes respect, non-violence, and social cohesion, so that schools contribute to preventing conflict, not only responding to it. The plan will be reviewed by experts and presented for adoption at the 2026 spring session of UNESCO's Executive Board. As we continue to refine it, we look forward to working closely with all of you to ensure that it delivers real impact. At the same time, UNESCO continues to play its central role as lead agency for SDG 4, supporting member states to build resilient education systems and safeguard learning during emergencies and throughout post-conflict recovery. We remain committed to supporting refugees, displaced populations, and host communities from early childhood through higher education and technical and vocational learning. As we enter the next decade of the Safe Schools Declaration, we reaffirm our full commitment to working with partners and member states to accelerate its implementation, to ensure that every learner and every teacher can learn and teach in safety and dignity. Together, we can and we will turn this vision into real change for the communities we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A call to action to guarantee the safety of our children and teachers, and let's leave no daily. Please welcome.
Your Excellency, Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Cabinet Secretary of Education and PS of Education, Mr. Andres Krevik, State Secretary, Norway, Ms. Vanessa Fraser, SRSG CAC, Ibrahim, our amazing, wonderful young child from Nigeria that joined us this morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners and friends, children and young people, all protocols duly observed. On behalf of our Executive Director, Catherine Russels, I'm very honored to join you today to this historic milestone, the 10th anniversary of Safe School Declarations. I want to begin by thanking Your Excellency and the government of Kenya for the leadership in hosting this landmark conference and for championing the protection of education across Africa and beyond. I'd also like to thank the government of Argentina, Norway, and Spain, and Special Representative SRSG CAC and all partners who actually are all here committed and are contributing and collaborating to this conference and make it possible. We are gathering at this very moment when education is under attack worldwide. The recent reports of scores of children and teachers abducted during 2 attacks on schools of why tell a stark story. Since 2005, the UN has verified over 14,000 attacks on schools every day. For the last 7% of schools have been damaged or destroyed since 2023. In Sudan, over 19,000 schools remain closed, affecting 7 million children. In Ukraine, thousands of education facilities have been destroyed since 2022. These attacks destroy more than just buildings. They destroy children's future and the very foundation upon which peaceful societies are built. Yet, we also witness communities refusing to give up, teachers risking their lives to keep learning alive, and governments. UNICEF calls on all stakeholders to focus on 3 priorities. First, turn political promises into protection on the ground. The Safe School Declaration must be translated into national laws, military doctrines, and operational practices. Perpetrators must be held accountable through strengthened legal mechanisms. Countries like South Sudan and Somalia have shown already their leadership, and we encourage others to learn and follow education and rapid recovery. Schools need safety plans and early warning systems to protect learning when conflicts threatens. When disrupted, rapid rehabilitation and reopening are essential. Maintaining learning through alternative pathways and bridge children back to formal schooling while providing mental health and psychosocial support to all affected. Third, protect and increase financing for education in emergencies. The funding crisis is truly acute. An estimated 2 million children in humanitarian setting risk being out of school by the end of 2026, as global aid funding for education in emergencies is projected to reduce and be cut by US $745 million. This year alone, education emergency funding has seen a lot of cuts. For example, for Sudan and Chad, the cut actually goes to up to 90%. Therefore, it is imperative to underscore that education is life-saving intervention. that will ultimately contribute directly to the peace and security, and therefore must be prioritized and fully funded. Over the next 2 days, we will chart our path forwards. Let us commit to concrete actions, measurable progress, and hold each other accountable through 2030. UNICEF stands ready to support governments, work alongside communities and partners with each of you to work and to make safe education a reality for every child affected by conflict. Let us leave Nairobi with renewed determination, not just to protect education, but to ensure that every child, no matter where they live, they can learn in safety and build a better future. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, UNICEF, and thank you for all your support and for your invitation that you'll continue working with all governments to support this declaration. Our next speaker is Mr. Hajir Malim, Regional Director for Middle Eastern and Southern Africa Region Plan International.
Your Excellencies, allow me to write on the protocol already established. As a child, I always navigated the fear of my own safety when I was going to school. That was 3 decades ago. But one incident I always remember is when I was leaving class one evening, when I was confronted by armed men. I couldn't speak because I didn't want to say, because any one wrong word could be deadly. Every day and today, children and teachers risk their life simply on their journey to school and while sitting in their classrooms. This reality is a stark reminder of why the Safe School Declaration remains as vital today as it was 10 years ago. Attacks on education are not gender neutral. When education is under threat, both boys and girls face devastating and lifelong consequences. Girls may be exposed to sexual violence, trafficking, and child marriage, while boys are often at a heightened risk of recruitment into armed groups, forced labor, or other forms of exploitation. In every case, children are denied their right to safety, learning, and opportunity. Protecting education means recognizing and addressing these different risks and ensuring that responses are informed by and tailored to the needs and the lived experiences of both boys and girls. For Plan International, the commitment to safeguard education has never been more urgent. Over the past decade, we have worked closely with the Ministries of Education, communities, and partners in the Central Sahel to Latin America and Southeast Asia. We have supported efforts to translate the Safe School Declaration guidelines into local languages. We have helped develop school safety plans and worked directly with adolescent girls to ensure that their priorities and solutions are heard in conflict-affected settings. But more must be done, and we believe several actions are critical, and allow me to state 4 of them. The first, let's prioritize gender-responsive measures to ensure that girls and boys whose education have been disrupted by attacks can return to learning as soon as possible. Secondly, protect and educate at the same time. The right to learn and the right to be safe are inseparable. We urge governments and donors to invest in integrated approaches that combine access to learning with mental health and psychosocial support and strengthen teachers' training. Third, move from commitment to localization and scale. The Safe School Declaration must be implemented where it matters most, in communities, in classrooms, and in crisis-affected areas. This means locally funded gender-sensitive school safety plans, as well as education alternatives for displaced and out-of-school children. Finally, elevate the voices of children in decision-making. Boys and girls are affected by conflict, understand better than anyone what it feels to feel safe and continue their education. Their perspective that is shaped by experiences of violence, displacement, and exclusion must drive the solutions we design, especially for those most at risk of being left behind. Let us ensure that the next decade of the Safe School Declaration delivers real, measurable change, where no child is denied education because of violence, where no school is treated as a battlefield, and where girls and boys everywhere are protected, supported, and empowered to learn in safety. Thank you very much.
Yes, let's move from commitment to implementation on the ground. Thank you so very much, Plan International. Our next speaker is Henrietta Westrin, CEO, Save the Children, Norway. Please welcome.
Excellencies, child delegation, ladies and gentlemen, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela's words reminds us that education is not only a human right, but it's a tool for change, a tool for peace and democracy. Schools should be sanctuaries for children, not targets of war. They should never become military bases or battlegrounds. Yet, according to the Education Under Attack 2024 report, 8 attacks on education occur every single day. Conflict is rising. Save the Children's new report, Stop the War on Children, shows that a record high number of children, 1 out of 5 globally, now grow up in conflict zones. And in Africa, 1 out of 3. This means millions of children wake up every day surrounded by violence, uncertainty, and fear. And that makes this conference not just relevant, it makes it urgent. When children learn, they gain power to shape their own lives and society. And at the last Safe School Conference, children from across the world wrote a manifesto to you, the leaders in this room. And the words they wrote that time, they still echo today. They said, "We are scared when we see military vehicles outside our school. We are scared when our classroom becomes a barrack. We are scared when soldiers stop us on our way to school and when we hear they are recruiting children in the next village. We are scared when bombs fall near our playground. We are scared when our teachers disappear, and we are scared when our school is destroyed." And this fear is not abstract. It lives in the bodies and hearts of millions of children. And we know that when fear enters the classroom, learning leaves. The Safe School Declaration matters because it protects children. So to those, no excuses left. And to the child every day. Because a declaration without implementation, that's just words. And children, they deserve more than words. Scientists, teachers, doctors, and leaders, and with them, the chance for peace and prosperity. Well, yes, we are losing peace before it even begins. 10 years on, the Safe School Declaration shows what political will can achieve. But attacks are rising again, and we cannot accept this normalization of the unacceptable. So, to the governments here, turn your words into protection. Review your military manuals. Train your armed forces. Listen to the children whose future depend on your choices. If we truly want peace, we must start where peace begins, and that's in the classrooms. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, once again, it's a great honor to welcome you to Kenya and to this important 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration. This gathering is a testament to our shared conviction that education must remain protected, uninterrupted, and accessible to every learner, regardless of their circumstances. I'm deeply encouraged by the level of global representation in this room today, and I affirm the Ministry of Education's strong support towards advancing this vital agenda. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Safe Schools Declaration, now marking a decade since its inception, has emerged as a beacon of hope for commitment, a call to action, reminds us that while much has been achieved in advocacy, policy adoption, and global consensus, the true measure of success lies in meaningful implementation. A commitment is only powerful if it translates into protection, and action is only meaningful if it safeguards the future of our children. In Kenya, we are working tirelessly to integrate the principles of the Safe Schools Declaration across our education and security frameworks. We recognize that insecurity disrupts learning, and therefore we are strengthening interministerial coordination to reduce risks to learners, teachers, and the school's infrastructure. We have increasingly adopted approaches that maintain school operations even during periods of localized instability, expanded psychological support in vulnerable regions, and supported teacher preparedness in crisis management. These efforts affirm our belief that learning must never be suspended, even in the face of adversity. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are aware that across Africa and the world, too many children walk of interrupted dreams. That's why this conference must be action-driven. The discussions held here must focus on strengthening national protection measures, fostering international support, enhancing accountability for violations, and increasing investment in education during crisis. Let us take advantage of this moment to ensure that the next decade of the Safe Schools Declaration transitions from advocacy to implementation and from pledges to measurable outcomes. Let Nairobi be remembered as a place where global commitment evolved into coordinated delivery and where we strengthened our resolve to protect education as a human right and a foundation for peace. Allow me, Your Excellency, at this juncture to express the African Union, UNICEF, UNESCO, the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack, civil society organizations, and youth champions for their continued leadership and technical support in this area. I also pay tribute to teachers, especially those in hardship areas, whose dedication ensure learning continues despite difficulties, and to learners whose courage inspires us all. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this important conference, I am confident that our deliberations will be constructive, collaborative, and focused on practical solutions. Together, let us reaffirm our responsibility to protect every child's right to safe education. And with that, it is now my singular honor to invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for welcome, Your Excellency. And thank you very much, and may this conference bear fruit. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Please be seated. My colleague, Honorable Migos Ogamba, Your Excellencies, the leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all our international partners and esteemed delegates, good afternoon. It is an honor to address you today at the official opening of the 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration here in Nairobi. On behalf of His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the government and people of Kenya, I warmly welcome all delegates, policymakers, technical experts, and child advocates gathered here today. The theme of this year's conference, Safe Education for All, a decade of commitment, a call to action through the Safe Schools Declaration, is a actions must accelerate. A decade of commitments is meaningful only if it yields a decade of results. Today we gather in Nairobi with 121 endorsing countries, demonstrating global solidarity for the protection of education. Yet while these commitments signal a strong international consensus, the real measure of our resolve lies in effective implementation. Across the world, schools are attacked, repurposed, or closed due to insecurity. Children traverse dangerous routes to access education. Teachers face constant risk, and many learners, especially girls, vulnerable children, and those in marginalized communities struggle to pursue their education amidst adversity. Around the world, and especially in Africa, violent conflicts continue to leave children bearing the deepest scars, with their learning institutions destroyed or turned into targets of insecurity. By the end of 2024, an estimated for more than half of the global total. In our own neighborhood of the Horn of Africa, Sudan now faces the largest child displacement crisis in the world, with over 6.5 million children uprooted after 2 years of relentless violence. According to Save the Children, since the outbreak of war in 2023, a child has been forced to flee every 10 seconds. This situation risks leaving an entire generation out of school indefinitely. As of June 2024, for example, over 14,000 schools are closed due to armed conflict in West and Central Africa. Mass abductions of students by armed groups continue to undermine the safety of our schools. Terrorism and insurgency in Africa's Sahel region have led to closure of thousands of schools. Closer home, in some parts of northern Kenya and the wider Horn of Africa region, the insecurity. Some schools have had to temporarily relocate. Learners and teachers have been evacuated during high-risk moments. These tragedies are more than statistics. They are stories of interrupted futures and derailed dreams. It is our responsibility as the current generation and leaders to safeguard the next generation ensure their protection and continuity of progress. With this awareness, Kenya remains firmly committed to the Safe Schools Declaration. We have begun integrating its principles into education and national security frameworks, enhancing coordination between the ministries responsible for education, interior, and security to mitigate risks in vulnerable regions. Psychosocial support and ensuring continued access to learning in conflict-affected areas or counties. Hosting this 5th conference demonstrates Kenya's commitment not just to share in global protection strategies, but to actively advance them. It is a significant milestone that the Safe Schools Declaration has been endorsed and supported by global leadership, including the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who has emphasized that the right to education must never be suspended, even in war. Education is the foundation of peace and the first step towards recovery. When schools fall silent, the path to stability grows longer. This conference must therefore be a turning point. While the last decade built a strong framework, the next must deliver measurable impact. Our focus should be on practical solutions, preventing the military use of schools, protecting teachers and learners, ensuring accountability for attacks, restoring access to learning, strengthening national monitoring, and mobilizing greater investment in education during crisis, because without funding, aspirations will remain unfulfilled. Operational action, where our decade of commitment turns into a decade of delivery. Let us renew our promise today that no child, no teacher, and no school shall ever be left unprotected. In conclusion, I express deep appreciation to our co-hosts and partners, Norway, thank you, Mr. Minister, Argentina, Spain, Nigeria, the African Union, UNICEF, UNESCO, the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack, civil society, and youth advocates for their steadfast leadership. I also salute our teachers tirelessly, working under difficult conditions, and the learners who pursue education with courage despite adversity. It is my distinguished honor, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, to officially declare the 5th International Conference on the Safe Schools Declaration open. And before I step off the podium, maybe I can just emphasize that let's also now have some special conversation around the threat that comes with AI. As much as we are talking about the safety of our schools, now there's a new threat, the cyber threat, the psychological warfare that is now beginning to take a different form, which can lead to a lot of scars. It can lead to a lot of suicide. It can lead to a lot of depression. As you deliberate, let's not just focus on the element of armed conflict. Let us realize that technology has now come with its challenges. As we embrace it, how do we make sure that our schools are safe with this new, silent, partner? I didn't say enemy, I said partner. Because technology is our partner. But the question then, do all partners come with good intentions? That's the question we may want to ask ourselves. So let's dedicate some time to that, to just focus on that threat that comes with the new technologies that we have. May our deliberations be practical and fruitful. Thank you. May God bless you. May God bless Africa. May God bless Kenya. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's appreciate our chief guest, Dr. His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll invite the principal guest to take his leave at his leisure. The rest of us will remain seated as I give you the next guide. May we kindly put a round of applause for our principal guest for joining us this afternoon as he now goes for bilaterals. So kindly resume to your seat as I give you the next step of our program. May we resume to our seats kindly as the chief guest takes his leave. May we resume our seats for a minute as I give you the next step guide. Thank you so much. So that marks our early morning and the formal program of the official opening. I need to announce that we've been having running tea through the session, and I'm double sure a few of us have been getting a cup outside and coming back without a mention. We'll now break. We'll now break because we've sat for the entire good morning of the day. We'll break for some health break. Once you exit the auditorium, you'll just turn left to the back. You'll be guided by the hotel management where we are partaking our lunch. What time is it by your watch? 1:30. 1:05. So it's 1. I'll invite all of us to be back at 2. With a reason. The session that will be coming now on stage after our lunch, can't afford to miss it. The great children of this universe will be talking to us. Can you miss that? You can't afford to miss. So I'm inviting all of us now for a break. Let's go and partake our lunch. 2 on the dot, the moderator of that session will be on stage. Clap for yourselves for the good participation of the day. Thank you. Thank you. I remain yours, Mike Gitone. so that we move to the next level. I can see a number of us standing outside. If we can request them to come back so that we don't have a lot of backlog. I'm looking for Mr. Muia. Kindly let us request those who are still outside to get inside the auditorium so that we can start. We've all tasted the Kenyan hospitality. And I'm double sure you've enjoyed the meal. It will now give us more energies for us to see the better part of the afternoon as we await for a greater evening today. So I'm calling upon all of us who are still outside, kindly let us come back. We resume our seats. As I said earlier, this evening or this afternoon, our session is purely listening to the voice. And if we are talking about the children, as I said earlier, they always say, whatever you do for us without us is not ours. Whatever you plan for us without us is not ours. And that's the reason we want to give an opportunity for the children themselves to tell us what they think, not only to give us problems, but also tangible resolutions, and also them to tell us what they think we can do for them to be safe. I want to pose a question to each and every one of us. Who is the greater evil to blame? He who pays for sin, or he who sins for pay? Who is the greater evil to blame? He who pays for sin, or he who sins for pay? There's a neighbor here who's telling me something. Bonamuya, kindly marshal the people to come back. I'm just getting one response and then we start the program. Who is the greater evil?
This is very much like the hen-egg puzzle, eh?
Don't complicate my problem. Don't bring the hen here. So are you the hen or I'm the egg? Who is the greater evil to blame? He who sins for pay or he who pays for sin? What do you think? Do you think? Who's the greater evil?
Evil. The one, I don't know.
Neighbor, can you have the neighbor? No idea. Anybody? Who is a greater evil? That person who pays for sins, or that person who sins to be paid? What do you think, sir? And you gave us a very good presentation. You're a great man.
Thanks. No, I think the one who pays for it, because without incentives, maybe the evil wouldn't have happened. Thank you.
So my brother is telling me the one who pays for sins is the evil one. Because if you doesn't pay, will the person doing the evil be there? But someone is telling me, no, that's not the right answer. What do you think? Who is a greater evil? He who pays to sin or he who sins for pay?
I agree with him actually, the one who pays for sin, because it's the cause. The idea is from him, not from the one who is going to be paid.
So Madam confirms that the person who pays for sins is the evil one. Who thinks otherwise? Who thinks the opposite? That the person who sins for pay is the bad one? Because me, I think the opposite. What happens if you pay me to sin and I don't sin? You go to the next culprit. So it is very simple. We need to agree and ask ourselves where we are. What role are we playing? Are we the ones paying for sins, or are we the ones doing the sins to be paid? And that is where we are. Muya? Some music background? Grace, on stage. So I wish to request that as we move to the next program, that is the voices from the ground. Moses Kimboy, are you in the house? Great. And we have also a moderator who will move with you. But before that, I'll request that we have kindly the podium. I also wish to just take cognizance and appreciate, just to note that Madam Henrietta Washrin is with us. Thank you. So you'll be moderating with Moses, but I will take a minute for this session so that we have a remark, and then we proceed with the program. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to bring on stage our moderator of this afternoon session, the voices from the ground, and that is one of our children, and that is none other than Moses Kimboy. A lot of applause for our moderator as she takes his seat. What a moderator of this afternoon! 13 years of age.
13 years. And imagine, he will be co-hosting with our CEO, Save the Children Norway, Madam Henrietta. Let's appreciate our sister as she takes the stage. You're most welcome. You're most welcome, Madam CEO. And as the moderators take their position, I wish also to acknowledge the arrival of our PS, the Principal Secretary for the State Department of Children, CPA Karen Agengo. And I'll only give her a second to sit down, then to stand, and come and give us an opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our PS, CPA Karen Agengo, as she comes on stage to share with us. Now, if you want to talk about a child, this is where now the rubber meets the Madam PS.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, youth representatives, and our dear children, good afternoon. It is my great honor to open this meaningful session, which we are calling Voices from the Ground. Today, we shift from policy to people, and we listen to those whose lives and courage give purpose to the Safe Schools Declaration. As the PS for Children's Services, I receive many reports on a daily basis from our conflict-affected counties. This includes Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Baringo, West Pokot, Samburu, Turkana, Narok, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Lamu. These reports come to us as numbers, but behind every number is a real child. And the numbers are sobering. Globally, 473 million children now live in conflict zones. This is nearly 1 in every 6 children. Last year alone, UN verified over 41,000 grave violations against children, representing 25% increase from the previous year. These include killings, maimings, sexual violence, abductions, and the recruitment of children into armed groups. Since 2005, more than 105,000 children have been recruited or used by armed forces or armed groups, while 47 million children are now living in displacement due to conflict and violence across the globe. These statistics are not just distant from us. Kenya feels this reality every day. Between 2017 and 2023, our country recorded over 851,000 child displacements arising from insecurity, drought, and resource-based conflict. In 2022 alone, Garissa, Isiolo, Marsabit, Turkana saw 187,000 children displaced due to various reasons. Our Child Protection Information Management System records about 3,816 children displaced in the past 1 year, and 2,031 children trafficked in the past 1 year. Many are due to conflict-prone and border counties. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear children, behind these numbers are faces and dreams that we must never forget. there is a girl who wakes up to the sound of gunfire instead of a school bell. Behind these numbers, there's a boy who walks to school with a whispered prayer for safety. Behind these numbers, there's a child who hides her books because she never knows when she may have to run. There is also a teacher who stands firm in the classroom even when insecurity rises. And there is a mother who sends her daughter to school with equal parts courage and fear. These are voices that we should guide in terms of our decision making. Therefore, this session exists because we recognize three fundamental truths. First is the lived experience that must lead us. No policy document can replace the wisdom of a child who has survived conflict or a teacher who has protected a class in the face of anger or in the face of danger. Second, local reality must shape global action. The experiences we hear today, the losses, the resilience, the hopes must influence how we design protection programs, how we strengthen response mechanisms, and how we uphold the rights of children in fragile settings. Third, communities are the first protectors of children. Before any policy reaches a village, it is parents, elders, youth groups, teachers, and child protection champions who form the first line of defense. The government of Kenya continues to work at the heart of child protection in conflict-affected areas, strengthening local child protection systems, responding when children are hurt, displaced, or separated, expanding psychosocial and trauma support, preventing abuse, exploitation, and early marriage, and also safeguarding children's rights, even in the most dangerous environments. We carry this responsibility with humility because no child should experience violence simply for wanting to learn. Today, as we hear from children who are here, the youth, teachers, and community leaders, let us put aside our agendas and listen with our hearts. Their voices are not an addition to our work, but their voices are the real work. To the young people in this room, you are the heartbeat of this conference. Your courage challenges us. Your resilience inspires us. Your truth demands that we must take action. With deep respect and great honor, I now officially, I open this session. Please listen to us, listen to the voices. Let us learn, and above all, let us take action. Thank you.
Let us appreciate our Principal Secretary with a round of applause. And Madam PS, I'll request just a moment here. All the children kindly come on stage. We didn't get a photo this morning of the children with our principal guest. The PS, on behalf of the chief guest, will have that photo very fast. The children representatives kindly on stage very fast. And I also invite PS Balozi Bitok also to join the photo. Watoto jameni, tufanye hima, tuharakishe kidogo, tuokoe muda. Let us appreciate our children ambassadors who are with us today for this great day. Are you okay? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Bonham PS. Thank you, sir. You can resume your seats. And now, without much ado, our moderator Moses and moderator Henriette kindly take forth the program. We can all move it. We can move it now. Combs. Let's move the ambo. We move the ambo. Sound check. Sound.
Sound check.
Sound. Sound.
There we have, now I think we both have sound. So Moses, take it away.
Thank you, MC Mike Gitone, for giving me this opportunity. Right now, all excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Moses Kemboy. I'm from Baringo County in Kenya, in Marigat's location. I'm 13 years old. I am from Marigat Comprehensive School. I would like right now to welcome you to this session on Voices from the Ground. I would like to give my colleague, co-moderator, to introduce herself, please.
Thank you so much, Moses. And I am Henriette Westrin. I'm the CEO of Save the Children in Norway. But Moses, I don't think it should be only you and me sitting here. I think we should invite someone else to take part of the conversation. Don't you think so? Yeah. So then I think we just invite the rest of the panel to come up with us. And that's Aisha Kia Irakosa Ramadan. It's Grace Akan. It's Faid Warsam. It's Jean-Marc Massio-Fleury. And it's Laila Hassan. So, Ashiakia Irakose Ramadan, you're from Kirundo, the northern part of Burundi. And due to the civil war and ongoing instability in your home region, your family was forced to flee home and seek safety as a refugee. And your family found a refugee in Kenya and now residents in Kakuma refugee camp. You studies in Lodwar High School, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then we have Jean-Marc. You are head of the Partnership and Projects Office in the interim chief of provincial division in the Ministry of Family, Gender and Children in the Ituri province in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then it's Grace. Grace Akan, you advocate and you're yourself a survivor of an attack on education from Uganda. You was kidnapped from school by LRA and kept captive for 8 years, and now works with women and children affected by war, and you're also an avid advocate for the rights of survivors and conflict-related sexual violence.
Thank you, the panelists, for coming in front. I'm going to ask this question to our child delegate.
Introduce the rest one, Laila Hassan. Okay, introduce those two.
Sorry, I would like to introduce Leila Hassan, advisor on accountability to effective people with UN OCHA, previous led advocacy and communication at HURA's network, Child Guardians, a Syria child protection organization widely recognized for safeguarding children's rights to education in northwest Syria. Leila has over 10 years of experience work on accountability in the Syria response. She has led the development of interagency AAP system and community-led feedback mechanism, placing effective people's voice at the center of humanitarian action. The second is Faid Warsame, a teacher at Dadaab Primary School. For the past 5 years, Faid has supported students from diverse and marginalized backgrounds, ensuring every learner feels valued and able to thrive. He adapt lesson to varied need, foster safe and supportive classroom, and use education to challenge inequality, including the shaped by conflict. Right now, I'm going to ask question to a child delegate, Irakoze Ramadan. What does the safe education means to you? What does the safe education means to you?
Oh, okay, thank you. So, my name is Ahishakie Irakoze Ramadan. I was born in Burundi, but due to civil wars and instability, political instability, I was forced, my parents were forced to flee from Burundi, and we came to seek refuge in Kenya. And by God's grace, mashallah, like alhamdulillah, we got refuge in Kenya, and by now I'm a refugee in Kakuma refugee camp. I struggled to study, but I tried, and now I study at Loda Boys High School. So safe education, according to me, we have to understand that safe education is when schools are safe and are secured. We say that schools are secured when students and children are like feeling happy to go to school. They're not scared of going to school. They are happy. They are not afraid. Even the parents are feeling well. They know that their children are at school. Nothing that will happen to their children, you know. So we say that school is safe. So there is safe education. But there are some areas like where I'm from in Kakuma. Schools, I can say that they are not safe. Why? Because there are things like congestion, you know. So congestion in class, you find that it's not safe. There is transmission of diseases and things like those. So, and things like roads, there are no lights, and some students travel in the morning when there's dark. So they are not safe. They're even afraid of going to school. You find that most of the students are going late to school. So I can say that the government, the NGOs, and the stakeholders should at least try in those areas to make sure that the students are feeling happy to go to school. And they'll after doing that, I'll say that there is safe education. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very important remark. Safe education, that's when children are happy going to school. I think that's something that we could quote you from. Then I would like to send the next question to you, Grace, because you survived one of the worst attacks on education in Uganda. And since then, you have dedicated your life to ensuring that survivors are heard, rehabilitated, and reintegrated in their communities. So could you please share your personal experience of the attack and the long-term impact it had on the children who were there at the time, including yourself?
Thank you for giving me the chance. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Achan. I come from northern Uganda, and it was 29 years ago, when I was just 16 years old, when my school was attacked. I was in senior 3 then. My school was attacked at night, and we were all sent out of our dormitories in night dresses, and we were marched out of the cold night, out of the school. Little did I know that I would take up to 8 years. But we started walking that whole night. And about 200 of us, it was only a girls' school. I believe you might have heard, or you can look for it. It's called Aboke, St. Mary's College Aboke. It's found in northern Uganda. It was a good Catholic school. And I hope to really study, and my intention was to become a medical personnel. But this didn't happen the way I really hoped. So after working the whole day, 30 of us were selected by the rebels, and about 130 something, because we were more, were selected, and I happened to be one of those. And so the second, that was on the 10th of October, 1996. We walked the next day. All that we had was hope, and hope that one day we will be back home. But it took us 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We were moving with the rebels, and all they would tell us is that We are needed by the commander. I think because of their advocacy, they were not known all over the world, so they wanted us to really show the world that they exist, they are strong. So the 30 of us were separated in small units, and after 2 weeks, we went. After 1 month, we walked amidst several challenges, being beaten by the rain, crossing big rivers, and several things that I have written in this book. This is my memoir that I wrote after my return. So I will not talk much about that, but I ended up on the 12th of December, 1996 in South Sudan, where I lived in a place that I never knew I would come back again. Not only me, but any other young girl that was taken either from school, either from the villages as they moved, were taken and distributed to rebel commanders as wives. So I found myself a wife to a rebel commander with whom I produced 2 kids, and 1 died. But on return, it took several things that I have explained here, but I will not speak all that. But amidst that, education was on my mind every other time. I would sleep and dream that if I go back home, the only thing I will start with is to go back to school, because that's the only thing I knew would take me somewhere and I would be somebody. But it was hard. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. Security was tight. And at some point, I felt like maybe I would die. I would produce children there and die, and I would never know home. So until 2000, when there was an attack, and we happened to return to Uganda amidst security. But you know, when God has planned something, it will always be. So I returned with 1 child, who is now 23 years old, and she's studying to be a lawyer. When I got home, I was welcomed, and I became, the next day, that was in September 2004. But I decided, amidst the challenges, I told my parents, I want to go back to school. And I went back to school to study with children who were younger than myself, those who were like my 3rd followers, like those at the age level of my 3rd follower. I was not afraid, I was courageous, and I was like, this is what I want, and no matter what, I have to get it. So I was encouraged 1 point, after 2 weeks, after staying 8 years amidst all those challenges, we did a test in a class, and I was the 2nd best in biology, and I was like, yes, I can still make it. So that's what big courage to me. And I continued studying and being exemplary as well. In the 2nd year in that school, I was elected a leader in the school, like a student leader. That was great. I learned a lot, and I happened to study my whole 5 years in that same school. And in 2010, I joined a university, and I did development studies. But I was hoping to be a medical personnel. So, but I don't regret what I've done, who I am now, because at least I am somebody and able to touch people's lives. So after my due to life has to move on. I had a kid already, and that is already a responsibility, and I have to sustain myself. My parents were no longer working. So I had to, during my vacation, I joined an NGO where I started volunteering, and I was paid some little money so I could support my child and also myself with whatever I needed when I was at the university. So I would study half day and work half day for the first 2 years. So I ended up coming out with a degree in development studies, and I majored in rural development. And I did not only stop there. In the process of studying, I was writing this book. I would write every day for 1 whole year. And then we worked together with a publisher, and it was published. And this is not where I wish to end. I don't want to end with only this first degree. I am determined to move and do other, even if I'm determined to be called a doctor professionally. So this is where I'm heading to. I don't mind about the age, now, but I'm determined I will be there. I will get there one day. Yeah. So, amidst these, there are challenges, like I mentioned already. You know, you come to a community where the LRA perpetrated, and there is rejection, there is stigmatization, there is getting to live, to survive, you know. It's hard to get a sustainable means of livelihood. You know, it's not only me, I'm not speaking about myself only now. I was lucky to go back to school, but there are my colleagues who did not get that chance to go to school. By this, I would like to say, in the 8 years that my education was stalled, I never stopped thinking about education. And also I would like to say that it's important to also look back at when schools are attacked, it's important also to look at how to rehabilitate those who have been affected. Much as we're looking at prevention, let's also look at how do we reconstruct, how do we make life move on after the event. If we do that all together, both prevention and then rehabilitation, then at least we are going the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing and for the strength you are showing. It's really, really emotional listening to you.
Thank you, Grace, for answering our question. Right now, I would like to ask question to Fahid Warsame, a teacher at the DAP Primary School, also a refugee in Turkana. What challenges do you face in keeping education safe in the DAP? And what strategies or practices have been most effective to improve safety?
And thank you. It is a great question. And first, let me take this opportunity. It is a great pleasure and honor to join this summit and to bring it here the voice of the teachers and the children from the Dadaab. Dadaab is one of the refugees in Kenya. And I am a teacher, and every day I stand before a child who seek safe and also a quality education, but often challenged by insecurity, displacement, hunger, and also limited resources. You can imagine a such situation. When I said the challenges that we are facing there, it is innumerous challenges. We cannot count it. And if I touch two to three challenges that we normally face as the Dadaab refugee, number one is insecurity. There is the teachers and the learners have been disrupted by an armed terrorist, whereby several teachers has been killed and several learners have lost their life because of attacked by an armed group. And many schools have been closed and emerged due to insecurity. So, in terms of the security, we're really facing a lot of obstacles. The second challenges that we normally face there are lack of food and water. Previously, the refugee in Dadaab were being providing enough food and water by the organization of UNHCR and also the World Food Program, the WFP. But nowadays, they have slashed the food into a 50% ratio, whereby people they are undergoing a crisis in terms of the food and also the clean water. We also have the challenges like the gender-based risk. Our girls, they are facing challenges in the refugee camp. We have sexual violence, harassment, physical abuse, which are always happen to the young child girl. Last week, we have a devastated and horrific incident which happened in Dadaab, whereby a young learner, a girl student of 18 years old, have been raped and killed. She was sit her national examination last week, but now it has been buried. We are facing limited resources. We don't have limited resources. Our schools, they don't have proper fencing, and we don't have a secure building. Such things, it will going to create unsafe condition to the learning environment. The other challenges that we are facing are like the kind of the challenges that we are facing. It is also inadequate resources. We are lacking resources like a healthcare. We don't have a healthcare. We don't have a clean water. There is a lot of outbreak of diseases which most of the people were losing their life. So those are the challenges that I have mentioned. If I go to the strategies and the strategies or the practices that we usually use to safety, such problems are like protection of children program. We have some agencies like UNHCR and also Save the Children, who usually support the vulnerable learners and also the child, which normally make awareness campaign and teach them how they will go into report if incident happen and give them a channel to report. We also have provision of infrastructure. We have some organizations which usually assist us in terms of the basic needs, like the water, the books of the children, the learning materials, and also the revision books, which usually assist the learners. We also have the security, stronger security and protection, and also we have a physical education of both the student and also the learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faid Warsame, for your answer.
Thank you, and now we have both heard about the threats that children are facing and also something about what's needed to meet them. And let's continue to focus on children and communities can be involved to prevent attacks on education. So then I have a question for you, Jean-Marc, and I should say to the audience that Jean-Marc speaks in French, so please find your headphones if you don't speak French. You have played a key role in strengthening children's participation in protecting and education initiatives, notably by promoting the integration of child committees into existing coordination structures as the child protection working groups and the education cluster. So could you share specific examples of how children's participation have influenced policy decisions or educational protection practicing within your province?
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Jean-Marc Mazio, je viens de la RDC et de l'Itourie, donc en province de l'Itourie, dans la ville de Bunia. Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous le savez, la partie est de la République démocratique du Congo est souvent touchée par l'activisme persistant des groupes armés. Et au niveau de la province de l'Itourie, nous sommes toujours frappés par ces groupes locaux et étrangers. Et comme vous le savez aussi, toutes ces violences orchestrées par ces groupes ont des conséquences néfastes sur les systèmes éducationnels. Si je peux donner un exemple, rien que pour l'année 2025 ici jusqu'aujourd'hui, nous pouvons déjà noter à Ituri au moins ces 4 écoles touchées par ces problèmes, contre 168 pour l'année passée. Donc la situation est vraiment préoccupante dans cette province. S'agissant de notre expérience par rapport à l'intervention ou à l'implication des enfants, nous nous sommes basés toujours sur ces instruments juridiques qui demandent toujours la participation. Si on veut faire quelque chose pour l'enfant, il faut mettre l'enfant au centre. C'est dans ce sens-là qu'au niveau de la division provinciale du genre famille enfant Ituri, en collaboration avec nos partenaires et plus particulièrement aussi SAVE, nous avons initié les renforcements, donc la mise en place de ces comités d'enfants en Ituri pour essayer un peu de canaliser, donc de promouvoir aussi l'opinion de l'enfant, parce que c'est un enfant qui évolue dans une situation particulière. Ces enfants qui sont organisés dans ces comités ont bénéficié des renforcements de capacités, d'abord sur leurs droits et particulièrement aussi sur les notions essentielles en lien avec la sécurité de l'éducation. Ces enfants ont aussi bénéficié de la capacité à communication et à plaidoyer. C'est dans ce sens-là que les enfants de l'Ituri organisent des émissions radio. Ils ont mis en place des programmes médias qui vont dans le sens d'éveil de conscience, de sensibilisation des masses, mais aussi sensibilisation sur les actualités. Les enfants organisent également les plaidoyers auprès des décideurs, donc des plaidoyers officiels, mais également ciblés avec certaines autorités. Actuellement, ces enfants participent aussi à plusieurs discussions au niveau de plateformes ayant trait avec leur protection, notamment aussi au niveau des sous-clusters éducation, où les enfants sont associés et présentent aussi leurs desiderata par rapport à leur protection. Mesdames et messieurs, je voulais quand même souligner faire participer l'enfant nous présente plusieurs avantages coopératifs. L'expérience que nous avons notée sur terrain, quand les enfants s'expriment sur leurs problèmes, il y a quand même 2 choses qu'on peut observer. D'abord, les enfants parlent avec les cœurs, mais aussi honnêteté. Quand vous observez aussi quand les enfants parlent, les décideurs sont touchés et sont plus poussés aussi à agir. En période de mois d'août, août-septembre, nous avons connu un incident malheureux, toujours en Ituri, dans la localité qui se trouve en cheval entre le territoire d'Njougou et le territoire d'Irumu, dans une localité qu'on appelle Mouito, où il y avait les attaques d'un groupe armé qui est encore actif en Ituri, CRP. Et cette attaque a mobilisé les forces loyalistes et donc qui sont descendues sur terrain pour les opérations militaires. Donc cette situation a fait qu'il y a eu militarisation de la zone. Donc ce qui a joué sur le fonctionnement de l'école, parce qu'il y avait vraiment une forte présence des militaires, où tout le monde était suspecté. Et je peux dire même les chemins de l'école étaient un peu sécurisés, ça a créé des traumatismes. Et les enfants filles aussi étaient exposés. Cette situation a fait que les programmes, les activités scolaires étaient suspendues momentanément. Alors, les témoignages que nous vous donnons, c'est les comités d'enfants s'est saisi de ces dossiers, a documenté et est allé voir même son Excellence, Monsieur le Gouverneur. Donc nous, dans notre province, le gouverneur est militaire, c'est un général. Les enfants ont pris le courage d'aller voir le général pour lui expliquer les problèmes par rapport à la sécurité de l'éducation. Donc il y a des enfants qui n'étudient pas. Et le gouverneur aussi, qui était vraiment disponible, a suivi les plaidoyers des enfants. Et le gouverneur a pris des orientations pour demander aux enfants. Et je vais vous orienter auprès des commandants de la région militaire. Et les enfants sont allés là-bas, ont parlé avec les commandants de la région militaire. Ces commandants ont promis aux enfants, a pris des engagements. Et ça n'a pas fait deux semaines. Les activités scolaires ont repris et que les militaires qui inondaient là-bas, donc le gouvernement a pris des dispositions pour que les activités scolaires puissent reprendre. Donc, l'expérience est que les adultes, on peut toujours faire des histoires, on peut toujours faire des discours, on peut toujours montrer cet engagement dans la salle, au bureau, mais il est temps que les enfants aussi puissent jouer ce rôle, qu'on puisse mettre les enfants au centre. Et comment nous pouvons assurer que les enfants sont impliqués? Il est important dans chaque milieu, selon notre expérience, qu'il y ait quand même des initiatives qui favorisent l'épanouissement des enfants, dans le sens du renforcement de leurs capacités, soit à connaissance de leurs droits, et puis leur faciliter la capacité d'analyser, de documenter, de récolter des informations par rapport à leur situation et les accompagner à s'exprimer. Nous pensons que si nous pouvons nous engager tout en investissant aussi dans les initiatives des enfants pour les faire participer, ça peut nous faciliter beaucoup de choses et ça peut contribuer à la réduction et à la protection de cette éducation que nous recherchons. Merci.
Thank you for your answer. Right now, I would like to ask Irakoze Ramadan this question. Many children in this world are facing challenges, and we as children, something that we are going to talk here, I believe that all people or all the government are going to take action on it. So, Irakoze Ramadan, this question goes to Irakoze Ramadan. What changes do you believe will make your school or community safer from attacks, and how should children be involved in this work?
Okay. So, according to me, the changes that will take place to make sure that schools are safe from attacks. So the first change is very, very crucial, and this one needs to be taken the action should be taken immediately after this conference. So as we see that most of the students that are suffering in all, in the world, as we've observed from the screen, is that there's a war that is ongoing. I don't know, many countries, there are wars. So the leaders, the government, and the stakeholders should help in stopping the war, because this war is affecting us children. This war is affecting our future dreams. We are scared of dreaming because there is war. In countries like Gaza, the bombing is every day in the morning. So the governments should at least, the leaders should try to stop the war that is going in the world so that we students can get humble time to study. We have our future. We are dreaming, but we don't know where. We can't go to study in the bush. We want to go to school, but the schools are destroyed. So please, the government, the leaders, please help us stop the war that is going on. Thank you, thank you. The other change that will help to prevent these attacks is improving on infrastructure, because some schools, even areas, you'll find that students are walking long distances, like even over 5 kilometers, and they start the journey at 5 a.m. So this time is not that safe. They have to at least install street lights so that the students or the children going to school, they are feeling secured and safe. So under the infrastructure also, the government needs at least to make sure that all schools have strong fence and security men to assure the students of their protection, like they are protected. So by ensuring this, the government will have helped a lot in ensuring a safe school for the students. Also, they have at least, they can, even the parents may help here, the parents, NGOs, and the government to at least install security cameras system to help, because sometimes maybe the security men may not be around and there is an intruder entering a school. But the security cameras at least will help. You see, it will help to capture what is going on. So they have at least to introduce a security system like CCTV, which will help. So, what children can do to help is that the first thing that children can do is that they have to be given chances to express themselves, to voice out their grievances, like this one. I appreciate that I was given this one. So, because they are the ones affected, and we say that something that is done for us without us is not ours. So they have to be involved, like creating things like children parliament, so that they give out their grievances because they know how they are suffering. So, because as observed in countries like Morocco, Liberia, and it's somehow creating some like fruits, and it's happening. So the other thing that children can do is because they can at least give advice to their fellows, because some children are aware of these things, and they are good at advices. So these are the likes of Ibrahim. So someone like Ibrahim, they have to at least peer their friends by giving them hope, because in countries like maybe Gaza, many children have lost their hope. They have to be given some hope. And the fellow children, because an advice from your mate can help a lot than the one from the leaders. Because when you are being advised by your friend, at least you are hearing. And because you know what he's talking about, you will get to understand. So the children needs to at least help in advising and giving hope to their fellows. Thank you.
And if anyone was wondering why children should
time with Huras, you have worked extensively to improve the documentation of attacks on schools in Syria, providing incident data that informs humanitarian reporting. Why is strengthening this type of documentation so important, and how does it contribute to protecting schools from future attacks?
Thank you. So while I'm preparing for today's discussion with you, I was timing myself for 7 minutes. It took me 7 minutes to deliver what I'm writing here in my paper. Because this time stayed with me, because it is also the maximum warning our early system in Syria give to children, Syrian children, to escape from incoming airstrike. 7 minutes, you can imagine, to run 7 minutes to survive from airstrike. Why it's matter? I was working very closely with teachers, parents, teachers like Grace, by leading a world nationwide monitoring network with lawyers. Those people was rooting from their community. Because they were local, they enabled to document attack within 24 hours, even in place UN don't have access to it. We learned very quickly that documentation is not just reporting, it's also protection. It's helping us in early warning, it's helping us in risk reduction. Our data revealed pattern, spike in attack, shift in targeting, and change in airstrike. Sometimes each month and sometimes each week, sometimes even each day, we send warning to education cluster and school, enabling them for immediate change. Schools will reallocate class to safer place. Sometimes also adjust schedule. For instance, when the attack, our data accurate that the attack happened at morning, we shift the schedule to evening to continue school. And conduct evacuation drill as well. So documentation, if done well, it's really could move from evidence to action. The other thing also documentation help us is community protection and accountability. And it's very important because now Syria is going, the war is finished and we are going for peace and we need to be accountable. For community who felt abandoned that time, documentation restored agency. We linked survivor and witnesses directly with IIIM and MRM. We submitted verified cases, many now reflected in formal reports, and they are part of future justice effort. The simple chain from documentation, incident to documentation, to report the accountability signal that violations are seen in Syria and will one day be answered for it. The last one and the most important one is evidence-based advocacy. Our data, real-time data, helping us on advocacy with UN, with NGO, even with local authority to reallocate resource, to make adjustment in programming. So with Save the Children and different partners, we build a cycle of protection for school. Documentation to analysis, to warn, to adapt, and then to advocate and pursue accountability. This is my answer for the question.
Thank you so much, Leila. I visited Syria recently, and it's good to see that now it's coming a time of hope when peace is finally seen in your country. And I'm then wondering, do you believe there's an opening now with the Syrian government to advance on commitments relating to the Safe School Declaration or even move towards endorsement? And if so, how could the international community help move that agenda forward in the context you see now?
As you said, Syria is entering different phase in our life now, in our history. Hostilities have been reduced in many areas, and National Education Authority is focusing on rehabilitation, safe access, and safeguarding. This creates an opportunity. Yes, maybe political endorsement for SSD needs time, but technical alignment with SSD principle is feasible and possible. And it matters. The most entry point includes prevent attack on education. This includes education, to not use education as a tool of conflict. Improve school safety standards, integrate safeguarding and risk reduction in our national education plan. I have 3 steps I can recommend international community. Those 3 steps could help improve the school safety and protection, is enable, evidence, and engage the right people. When I said enable the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Labor, through practical safeguarding focused technical assistance. They are new government. This means support school safety protocol, risk assessment, and protection procedure without turning this in political debate. It's about equipped national system with tools to reduce harm and keep children safe. When I said evidence, I meant use evidence to direct policy dialogue. As Syrians rewrite their national education and protection system now, so it is the right time to help. Syria generated data shown where the risks raise and which safeguards work, and how SSD-aligned practices reduce harm, and this evidence helped the policy conversations stay grounded, in fact, not politics. The last one, and the most important one, is engaging the right people, engaging representative community. I'm talking here about such as teacher union, parent with disabilities, parent for children with disability, association, children committee, those, and not fragmented NGO partner. I was one of fragmented NGO partner would Save the Children one day, but we are not representing the community alone. To ensure community priority shape solution, working with legitimate local structure anchors safeguarding in life reality of teacher and family. And I want to close with this word. This lesson we bring from Syria, we paid for it in life of our children. We can't change that. But we can ensure those lessons shape policy, standard, and action. If 7 minutes is mean the difference between life and death, then the decision in this room could means that the difference between generation protected and generation lost.
Excuse me, what did you say? That's okay. Okay, thank you. You know, this session is called Voices from the Ground, and that's because everyone who's sitting here, they are living lives where they see the consequences of attack on education. And we could for sure continue for long, but time is running. But before we close the session, we have planned one intervention from the floor. So I would like also to invite Vanessa Fraser, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for the Children and Armed Conflict, to give a short comment before we close the session.
Sound. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. I know that we are pressed for time, but first of all, young man, Moses. You did an excellent job. Well done, really. It is so important for us to hear your voices. I really want you to understand that they are important and that they will shape policy. And the promise that I make to you, new in my mandate as a Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict at the United Nations, is that we will not formulate policies without you. Nothing about you without you. Your voices are important and we will take them to heart. This is why we have our campaign outside, where we have the voices of young children in the origami doves, which I have read out one this morning, but I will be using those as advocacy wherever I go. And your messages that you give to me will be used to help us formulate our policies, but to help us advocate with leaders and to give you a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating in this session of Voices from the Ground. So, many children across the country face challenges such as conflict, and which this can lead to poor academic performance. At this point, many children in cities cannot raise their community who are living in poverty. And when there is insecurity, children cannot learn and community cannot grow. Children are the stars of the future. So the government and other people, please hear the children's voice, protect the children. If we protect the children, protect the education. If we protect the children, the future is going to be brighter. Protect the children, help them to learn well so they can get good academic performance and they can shine in their better future. Thank you all. Thank you. I would like all of you to take information of this session, not especially the government, so we can help children living in conflict, so we can help them from that conflict and raise them to have peace in their community. Thank you for your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That is yet another child. Moses Kemboi, 13 years old. And as they leave the stage, you pass to me. Let's appreciate once again the moderator, Henriette. Moderator Henriette. This is for you, Henriette. This is for you, Kemboi. Kemboi, this is for you as you take the stage. Let's appreciate us take the stage. To the panelists, thank you so much as you take the stage. Leave the stage, thank you. Thank you so much as you leave the stage. Proceed with those who are on stage. Proceed on those who are on stage. I'll get you another opportunity for them. Thank you so much as you leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's appreciate more again with a lot of applause. I told you, even if now we end this conference, are we good to go? Because we've listened to the wearer of the shoe. Who knows where? It pinches. Thank you so much to our children. Thank you. Thank you so much for that candid work that you've granted as an opportunity to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my humble duty to invite on stage global stock taking, achievements, challenges, and the status of SD endorsement and implementation. Kindly put your hands together for our moderator, Ima Zaina, the youth advocate from Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our moderator as he takes the stage. He will now invite his team on stage to proceed with the program. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. My name is Ghanem Zainal. I'm a student majoring in international law. I'm here today as an education above all youth advocate. Thank you all for joining us today, and thank to the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack for chairing this session. First of all, I want to call our panelist, Ms. Yaria Polazzi from the GCPA, and Mrs. Katrina Anderson, the representative for protection of civilians, and Dr. Sandra Krahanman, the head of policy research and legal unit, and also Ms. Margarita Rimarenko from the Global Education Cluster, Ukraine. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, with your due respect, I would request we summarize the children's section with a brief video and then we proceed. Combs? Let's focus on the screens for the children's video.
أعرفكم عن قصتي، بذكر لكم يعني بعض المواقف مع الحرب. أول موقف أتذكر إنه كان وأنا بصف رابع، كنت بالمدرسة. أول مرة وقع فيها قصف كان بقصة الصواريخ. يعني صوت الصواريخ كان قوي جدا، فلما يجي الضرب القوي فيضطروا ينزلوا الدول السطحية.
Тільки страшно, що тривога може бути, прильот, бо школа – це учебний заклад. По таким місцям часто стріляють зараз.
akwai abin da ya faru. Yan Boko Haram sun kama hari da ya magariba so kowane ajujuwanmu. Abin da a lokacin gaskiya ya faru da suka kowane makarantar mu na ji kunci sosai.
كنا نراجع المدرسة نسمع دانا سنين الدانا رقدنا في سور المدرسة.
Akwai lokacin da muna zaune aka zo aka kori malamanmu aka sa wa makarantar mu wuta.
Sentirme insegura en el colegio me afecta de muchas formas, ya que uno siempre mantiene en la expectativa de que vaya a pasar algo o de que pasen los drones con bombas y de pronto vaya a caer una en el colegio.
A escola todo quemaron con guerra.
أنا أدرس رغم الحرب يعني لبناء مستقبل، لأنه اللي جالس في البيت يعني وين رايح؟ لازم إنك تكون متعلم عشان تعلم تربي تسوي كل شيء، لازم إنك تكون متعلم أول شيء.
Para mí es importante sentirme segura en el colegio porque esto ayudaría a nuestro aprendizaje.
We believe all countries, especially those that haven't endorsed the declaration, should strengthen their efforts to protect education.
أتمنى إنه قبل يعني كل شيء إنه يكون في مدرسة للأطفال يتعلمون فيها، يدرسوا فيها، يكون معهم كتب، معلمين، تعليم، كل شيء يعني متوفر.
We call on the government to make schools a safer place for children, not only to learn but to feel safe.
Thank you. The children have spoken. Now it's time for you to act. Back to the moderator.
Today we focus on the Safe School Declaration. Since its launch in 2015, the declaration has become a key international framework for protecting education during armed conflict. 121 countries have endorsed it, and this has helped drive real challenges in laws, policies, and everyday practice. EEA's PEC program was founded in 2009. One of its central pillars was a commitment to making available timely, accurate data and analysis on attack on education as a cornerstone of protecting the right to learning for conflict-affected communities, has hence the beginning of TRACE. TRACE is a partnership of EEA, COBO, and supported by the GCPA and UNESCO. TRACE aims to make reliable education and conflict-related data analysis available to all to protect the right to education, prevent further conflict, and to ensure that post-conflict communities can harness the power of education to build sustainable peace. At the same time, serious challenges remain. Attacks on education continue to rise. Accountability for violation is often weak, and the military use of schools and universities is still widespread in many contexts. As we mark 10 years of work, this session is a chance to look honestly at what has been achieved, what we have learned, and where stronger action is urgently needed. Our discussion has two main objectives. First, to review global progress and endorsement and implementation of the Safe School Declaration, including trends, challenges that continue to slow or block progress, and to hear reflections from states and partners on how we can push forward more effectively. Here is how the session will run. We will begin with a brief global overview. Then we will move into the panel discussions, featuring speakers with different perspectives. After that, we will open the floor for questions and comments. The insight shared today will feed directly into the Nairobi Action Plan. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Yaria Polazzi, Senior Advocacy and Policy Advisor at the GCPA.
Thank you very much, Ghanim. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of GCPA. We are starting this stock-taking discussion after listening to children, to Grace, to Fadi. We must be honest about the current state of affairs, and I'm sure you will agree with me. Around the world, we are witnessing an erosion of the multilateral norms and the weakening of the most fundamental human commitments to protect schools, hospitals, children, women, girls, and to ensure that education remains a lifeline, especially during armed conflict. If we look at the latest data of the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack, data tells a story. In 2024, the number of people reportedly harmed in attacks on education more than doubled if we compare to 2023. And reports for the first half of 2025 show that attacks on education and the military use of educational facilities continue to rise globally, with particular sharp increases in some contexts. Significant numbers of attacks continue to be documented in the DRC, Ukraine, Myanmar. We have seen rising incidents in Colombia, Haiti, and Mozambique. These are not isolated incidents. They're part of a systemic and growing crisis. In Gaza, education infrastructure has been completely devastated. In Afghanistan, girls and women remain entirely excluded from secondary education, secondary and higher education. In Sudan, millions of children face prolonged school closures and devastating violence. And just last week in Nigeria, there was a mass kidnapping of students and teachers that has been described as one of the worst in the country's history. Every day, on average, at least 8 schools are attacked. This cannot be acceptable. This cannot happen 10 years since the launch of the Safe School Declaration. Yet every day, communities continue to rebuild and reclaim learning. That perseverance is the very foundation of the Safe Schools Declaration. Since its launch in 2015, the declaration has become the cornerstone for protecting education during armed conflict. Its 122 endorsing states have helped catalyzing and supported progress at all levels. The declaration has been acknowledged by most UN bodies, agencies, entities, including the Security Council, the UN General Assembly, the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education, who has used the declaration to codify the right to be safe in education. At the regional level, the declaration has contributed to the Africa Union ban of military use of schools by its peacekeepers. It also has been recognized as a best practice in the NATO's policy on the protection of children in armed conflict. But there's also progress to mention at the national level. Several states have used the guidelines on military use of schools and universities to amend military doctrines and training curricula to change the behavior of armed forces. A few states have fully prohibited and criminalized the attacks against schools and military use of schools in their domestic legal frameworks. At least 10 countries have, affected by armed conflict, have established technical interministerial committees mandated to monitor and implement the declaration at the domestic level. Monitoring, reporting, and early warning systems for attacks on education have been established at the national level through national action plans on the Safe Schools Declaration. And finally, non-state armed groups are applying the guidelines on military use of schools and universities, and we will hear more from Geneva Call later on. So many progress, but still many challenges. Attacks on education and military use continue to rise with widespread impunity. Military use is particularly underreported and under-investigated, with very limited accountability for the violations and even the international crimes that it causes. Implementation of the declaration also still has lots of gaps among endorsing states, not only in legislation, but also operational capacity, cross-sector coordination, monitoring systems, and sustained resourcing, especially at this very time. Data gaps remain significant, including insufficient gender, age, and disability disaggregated data, which limits prevention, response, and accountability efforts. And finally, gender-responsive implementation of the declaration is still too limited, despite the disproportionate impact of attacks on education on women and girls. And I'm happy to inform that GCPA is launching at this very conference a new brief on gender and attacks on education that you can find already on our website, and you will hear more about it tomorrow from my colleagues. Let me conclude by saying that addressing these challenges is a shared responsibility of the international community, and of course it's also an obligation of states, in particular those who have endorsed the Safe School Declaration. Much more coordination between ministries, but also humanitarian agencies, and also deep engagement with civil society and affected rights holders, including children and communities. We stand at a critical juncture. We have created a momentum with this conference. Please, let's ensure all together that it doesn't remain a conference and that it translates into concrete action afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this powerful overview, Ms. Polazzi. We will now begin the panel discussion and dive right in with our first speaker, Ms. Catherine Andersen, Special Representative for Protection of Civilians and Humanitarian Affairs at the Norway Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mrs. Andersen, looking back over the past 10 years, what motivated Norway to launch the Safe School Declaration, and what are the key lessons you've learned from implementing it nationally and promoting it globally?
Thank you so much, and thank you for the overview, Ilaria. I think the panel before us was exactly why we launched the declaration. It was actually children's rights advocates, student organizations, Save the Children, and the civil society that had worked on this problem for a long time, seeing that increasingly children were left out of school in conflicts and where violence was occurring. And not only were they missing, their schools attacked and themselves put in danger, but the schools were never rebuilt. So you had what was called a lost generation in the making in many countries. We thought that this was excellent, that civil society, multilateral organizations, they have been engaged on this for a long time. Organizations like ICRC, Geneva Call, working in conflicts, they knew about this problem. And they had reported on it and sort of rung the bell and said, look, this is becoming a huge humanitarian, development, and security problem for the whole world. So who was missing from that picture? It was states. So Norway got together with Argentina, with Nigeria, Spain, Ireland, Kenya was among the first states, and we decided to do something about it. So the guidelines had already been developed, so we had a practical tool, and we decided we need to put it into a political commitment based on our IHL obligations, but being ambitious and wanting to do more. And this was a difficult discussion among states, and in Oslo, 37 states endorsed. It meant that a lot of states were skeptical. To be honest, some thought that using schools was very practical, and they weren't really ready to engage in the long-term impact, and they were also failing to see the immediate harm that they were bringing to children when they were attacking their schools, and how not being in school deprives you of that protection from violence, from abuse, from recruitment, from sexual exploitation. So it was sort of a very narrow view from some, looking at this just as a very practical thing to do. So we had the help of ICRC with their legal teams, with Save the Children, UNICEF, GCPA had already been established, and Geneva Call was very important in saying, look, armed groups are willing to engage in this discussion. States also need to be engaged because states need to lead. So the whole process has really been this collaboration between states that want to do something about the problem. Multilateral organizations, civil society, and youth activists. This is the group that is driving this process forward. And I would say, even if it's very disheartening to see the statistics, we have statistics which we didn't have 10 years ago, which means we know what we can do and we know what we need to do something about. It's also true that there are more conflicts, but in those conflicts you have more states and parties to conflict that are willing to try to protect education, that use the Safe Schools Declaration systematically to try to protect their education, and they find solutions to provide alternatives for children to stay in school, even if they are affected by conflict. And also this push for donors and UNICEF and Save the Children and others to come in and provide education to children that are deprived of it because of conflict has also been strengthened. But we are now in a situation where all of this is challenged. We have to think in new ways. But I think even if we can be disheartened by the fact that so many children still are affected by this huge humanitarian problem, it's also a fact that we know what we can do. And this is something that we can build on, work on, and even if political challenges, funding challenges, we have the tools, and we have also youth activists that are really forcing this issue to the forefront of the international debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights, Ms. Anderson. Having now heard from the state perspective on how the SSD can be implemented, let us now turn to Dr. Krahanman, Head of Policy, Research and Legal Unit at Geneva Call, to share a few words on non-state actors on why the SSD is also relevant for them. Dr. Krahanman, can you share key findings from Geneva Call's work and research on how non-state armed groups are engaging with and complying with the Safe School Declaration?
Thank you very much. Before sharing some of our research findings, as some of you may know, and I think has just been alluded to, as Geneva Call, we are a humanitarian organization that specifically works on the protection of civilians, including the protection of children education, by having this dialogue with what we call armed groups and de facto authorities. For us, it's important to have this dialogue because, as you have just mentioned, armed groups, they are parties to an armed conflict. But I think for us, what we have also seen, and we are not the only ones, a particular trend and pattern that we have seen in the last couple of years is that the territorial control exercised by armed groups has been increasing. So you have more armed groups that actually control and govern territory. That of course also means you have schools operating in territories that are under the administrative control of armed groups. So there's a need to engage with armed groups and the civilian wings they set up, even just for the sake of, maintaining operations of schools in territories that are under that control. I was also very happy to hear when you said states need to lead, because I think another pattern that we have seen, armed groups, they will imitate the behavior of states. When states abandon fundamental norms of restraints, be it in practice or in discourse, armed groups, they watch, they see, and they will follow. If states are not respecting certain rules, it's very difficult actually to convince armed groups to do this. So it's really important that states also maintain this leadership. As Geneva Call, then also what we have seen, and I think we all know that, it's difficult to comply with something if you haven't been involved in the development of the rules. It's nobody likes to follow a rule that you have not been involved in putting together. Of course, it's fairly obvious that it's very difficult to involve armed groups in normal policy making on this undertakings on the international level. And this is why at Geneva Call, we work with what we call commitment tools, where armed groups have the possibility themselves to actually commit to certain rules. And that is our most well-known tool is what we call the deed of commitment. And we have a deed of commitment on the protection of children that actually predated the Safe School Declaration. And you can see it because it's more restrictive because it just follows the strict legal rules of IHL. And that's where the Safe School Declaration was so important for us as well. We then have implementation plans for these deed of commitments. And that's where we use the Safe School Declaration and the implementing guidelines. So we have done a bit of research during the last 2 years where my field colleagues, they interviewed over 30 members of armed groups in the DRC, South Sudan, Yemen, Iraq, and Myanmar to see how familiar are they now with the Safe School Declaration and the military guidelines, and what measures can they take, what have they taken, and where do they have gaps? A first quite important finding, and somehow we didn't really expect it, was all armed groups actually see the value of education. They will often frame it differently, or there are regional differences. Is it a part of your identity? Is it a part of society? Is it a part of ensuring a future? For many of them also, as parents with children who want to enable their children to go to school, and none of them actually wants their child to be a member of an armed group, which I thought was also quite interesting to see. So we then realized that the value of education can actually be a very good entry point for engagement rather than starting with the legal framework. A lot of them were also very familiar with some of the very basic legal obligations and with the broad tenets in particular of the guidelines. They were less familiar with the Safe School Declaration as a framework as such, and with some of the very practical steps that we have in the guidelines. And then of course for us, that is also that we are committed to actually do more in engaging them on the Safe School Declaration framework and the guidelines. And in particular, what we have seen they have challenges with, but now when you gave your overview, I realized they're not the only ones, is some of the more systematic practices. You know, they have absolutely, very few have a system in place to do risk assessment and to identify schools that may be a risk. Very few of them have good documentation practices. And as we heard in the previous panel, documentation also serves a preventive purpose. Very few of them have standard operating procedures for when they vacate schools. You know, they may vacate the school but leave behind military insignia or explosive, and then it means it's not safe for children to go back to these schools. So there are a lot of structural aspects that we can work on, and we as Geneva Core, we are committed to do this. And I wanted to say a few things about compliance. Now, the way we look at compliance is very much as focusing on prevention. And so we do our monitoring of these commitments, but we also ask the armed groups to do their own internal monitoring and then to self-report. And that self-reporting is a stimulation of a reflection of, you know, when there have been violations, what has been going wrong, and how could we do to remedy that. And in the last 2 years, we have started to bring our own monitoring, the group monitoring. We started to bring this together in what we called a pause and reflect exercise. Maybe we could call it stock taking, where we meet with the armed group and we present findings of our own evaluations and assessments. They will come back with, you know, their own self-monitoring, and then we see where do we stand and where can we go from here. And a consistent theme that came up there was actually the lack of documentation capacity, including also documentation capacity to show compliance. You know, you would have verbally acknowledged, oh, on this date, we had thought about, you know, doing the attack in this way, but then we realized there was a school, so we changed the plan. But this was nowhere documented. And I think it would also be useful in general, actually, to document this, because we always see the violations, but we do not see that easily the compliance as such. And a lot of lessons can be learned also in terms of the processes that need to be done. So I do want to finish with a positive note, because you just explained how when we look at the statistics, it seems as if the Safe School Declaration is struggling as a framework. I think for us, what we have seen is as a framework, it's incredibly useful. It's incredibly useful because it's policy-driven and includes practical recommendation, and it allows us to move beyond a very law and accountability-driven approach that is not necessarily the best for armed groups. And we would also always encourage states, and you know, we also know there are others, especially protected objects in armed conflicts that are often the victims of attack. We'd say, well, we could also think about using this type of framework, for example, for the protection of hospitals. That is where the more can be done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Krahanmer. Turning now to our third panelist, Mrs. Margarita Rimarenko, representing the Global Education Cluster. Mrs. Rimarenko, taking into account the complexities highlighted by the Norway and Geneva Call, how does monitoring help detect violation by all parties and support response, advocacy, and implementation of the Safe School Declaration?
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. It's exciting to be part of a very challenging panel, because I also believe my case would highlight some of the positive but also some of the challenging parts of Safe Schools implementation. I am speaking on behalf of a Global Education Cluster, but I'm also a cluster coordinator in Ukraine, and I'm coming from Ukraine. So I will also bring some examples from my country, the context I know best, of course, and how it plays out in different challenges and positive aspects that we were discussing just now. Allow me also to remind you that clusters are a part of humanitarian coordination system. They are called when emergency strikes to support governments, to coordinate humanitarian response, but also support numerous partner organizations on the ground to provide education and emergency services. They have multiple functions, including operational coordination, advocacy, capacity building, but also the fact that they provide direct support in education. They are also closely linked to the mandate of monitoring attacks in education and protecting education from attack. So in this case, I would highlight several maybe practical elements in which monitoring attacks on education with the help of international networks, with the help of government monitoring systems, and also with the support of partners, have been instrumental, at least in the case of Ukraine, to provide better response on the ground. So I will highlight three aspects which, from my perspective, show how monitoring of attacks is important for very practical reasons. The first important point is that when we know data on attacks, and also it's a good quality disaggregated data, we can plan humanitarian response in a good way. As you know, clusters are responsible for humanitarian planning on behalf of all the affected population, but also with our responsibility to guide partners to support the most vulnerable. So the indicator of attacks on education is an indicator that we use when we plan emergency response in education and emergencies, and we plan who should be supported, how and where. So in this regard, for this purpose, the fact that we know information about attacks helps us prioritize geographical locations where we need to provide support. It helps us to identify vulnerable groups who need support and what kind of support they need. And it also allows us to assign severity, because according to latest methodologies, attacks on education indicator gives affected population, children and teachers, the highest level of severity, which means they are entitled to the most emergency response. All of that helps us to make sure that this support is received in a timely manner and is also tailored accordingly. Another very direct impact of how monitoring of attacks helps in the response through all the partners of the cluster, but also sometimes the government, is that it kind of helps us not only to know whom to support, but also what to provide to them. So many activities that education cluster partners or government are planning and also implementing on the ground are directly linked to attacks. And some of them are also directly linked to the provisions, and half of our activities that partners are delivering to children and teachers are directly linked to attacks on education, safety, security, and prevention. These are activities like support to the bomb shelters and rehabilitation of schools that have been damaged. This is support to children and teachers in terms of their well-being and psychological protection. This is also establishment of temporary learning spaces in areas where it is not safe to attend school, teacher professional development, and some other areas. But there is also indirect effect. So some colleagues already mentioned before that knowing data on attacks helps advocacy, and it helps also some kind of indirect influences that we can have. So clusters in this regard, as groups of partners that work in a coordinated manner, are important enablers to disseminate information about SSD, but also to kind of push for better implementation, not only across humanitarian community and organizations, but also in the case of governments. So again, what I mean by that is in the case of Ukraine, we had, after 2022, the large escalation of war, a number of awareness-raising sessions with our partners on SSD. We also had witnessed improved quality of services that victims of attacks were receiving through the services provided by our partners, so we can better tailor what children and teachers receive based on the provisions in the declaration. But we also know it is good because children that we talk to and those that we heard today also tell us that they need essentially what is written in the declaration. So it's a good kind of justification and validation that we are in the right sort of movement. And the final element is that I cannot say it's like direct cause, but indirectly, governments might be inspired by what humanitarians are doing, or in our case, in Ukraine, we are also a member of the Safe Schools Declaration, and there is an action plan and a number of commitments. But in the course of the 3.5 years that we have a large scale, we also observed our government taking a different approach compared to before. For example, one of the things they changed is that when previously they were very hard on kind of infrastructure, hardcore components, they also started to assign more value to soft components like psychological well-being, like remedial education elements, like teacher professional development, which I also again speak about the positive advocacy and kind of a positive elements. There are also a number of challenges related to data. Some of them are same to what has been already said before, so I will not repeat them. I just give a couple of examples to demonstrate how it shows on the ground. One key challenge that was mentioned is lack of data itself. In Ukraine, this is an enormous challenge because while we have a large number of infrastructure and the text on education happening, we have no data sources to kind of know about it. Because yes, we of course have some databases like international ones, including GCPA, but they have only very limited data because they take it from open sources. Unfortunately, due to martial law in Ukraine, publishing any data on a text is prohibited or in the open sources, so there's no way you can know about it unless schools tell it to you directly. The best positioned actor to monitor and to know this data is the government, which they do, thankfully. However, also they don't do it at the level of disaggregation required. Again, we only know about a number of attacks and when they happened, but we don't know anything about how many children were injured or suffered, how many teachers, what is like the level of the destruction and so on, which remains to be a huge gap. Another example I want to draw about data is about inconsistency, because attacks happen at a great scale and very fast. In one strike, we can have like 19 education institutions damaged in like a go. At the same time, validation of one attack takes a lot of time and resources. So we have like a huge discrepancy between the amount of things that happen and the amount of things we can validate and then provide support. And maybe final point, I don't know, maybe some positive one. I would also like to appreciate the several databases that we have on monitoring, because there is things like GCPA, there is Insecurity Insights, and there is some kind of a cluster monitoring that we have. Well, not all of them, like some of them or all of them are to extent incomplete, you know, because they cannot provide all the data, but the fact that you can have an option of several can also give you this complementarity of information that then you can, as I said, use in humanitarian planning, in direct link response from partners, and in advocacy. So I would kind of call on continuing maintaining those systems and like trying to ensure that they have as best quality data as possible, because only with the better quality data we can do something or act in a tailored way to support children and teachers on the ground.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramarenko, and thank you to all our panelists for those insightful presentations. You have given us a clear picture of the achievement over the last decade, as well as the persistent challenges in endorsing and implementation the SSD. We've heard perspectives from a global level, from a state level, and also from non-state actors, and also from operational field experience, providing a rich foundation for reflection and discussion. We would now like to open the floor for questions and interventions from participants. This is your opportunity to share your experience, raise your issues, and highlight actions that can strengthen the protection of education during conflict. To ensure we hear from us many voices as possible, please keep intervention brief and indicate whether your question is addressed to a specific or to the panel as a whole. First, I will hand over the floor to Mr. Michael Peach, Counselor from the Government of Germany, for a planned intervention.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you on behalf of the federal German government. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to our hosts, the Republic of Kenya, as well to our co-organizers who are all on the screen here and on the board, the Republic of Norway, Spain, and these wonderful organizations that we've already heard today. Let me also express Germany's appreciation for this initiative to convene us here in Nairobi. Germany strongly supports this gathering, which reaffirms our shared commitment to protecting education in conflict-affected regions. Germany reaffirms its utmost support to the Safe Schools Declaration. By endorsing this political commitment, we underline that schools and universities must remain sanctuaries, not battlegrounds, even, and if I may add, particularly in times of armed conflict. 10 years after the launch of the Safe Schools Declaration, more than 120 states have endorsed the declaration and taken steps to better protect places of learning in times of conflict. We have heard some of the steps that are being taken, and we acknowledge these important efforts. However, schools have far too often remained a target of violent attacks in conflicts around the world, and we've heard some examples of our colleague from Ukraine. And of course, we also want to recognize the voice of the children that we've heard from Yemen, from Sudan, from too many places where these attacks are happening. In 2024, the Secretary General's annual report recorded a staggering 1,265 attacks on schools, a 44% increase compared to 2023. We have to do more to maintain the civilian nature of schools and ensure their protection as places of learning in times of conflict. At the same time, it's our duty not to forget the children that are directly affected by these attacks. Germany remains one of the largest humanitarian and development donors, and supporting conflict-affected children is a priority for us across our engagement in the humanitarian peace and development nexus. In multilateral cooperation with the Global Education Funds, the Global Partnership for Education, GPE, as well as the Education Cannot Wait Fund, ECW, Germany supports programs for violence prevention and child protection in and around schools, with a particular focus on prevention of sexual violence against girls. Another example is the regional flagship education program Sahel Relance that Germany is supporting in collaboration with the World Bank. Among other things, Relance aims to offer flexible and resilient education pathways for children affected by conflict or displacement. The program is planned to be implemented in Mauritania and in Chad. In Sudan, not far away from here, Germany has this year partnered with UNICEF to open Makana centers that are safe places, safe spaces to give conflict-affected children a place to play, learn, and to feel safe. Education is not just a fundamental human right, but also a vital building block for peace and resilient societies and a lifeline for children living through crisis situations. It is a moral prerogative for us all to protect education and ensure its continuation. The Safe Schools Declaration offers a framework to galvanize all efforts towards this goal, and I'm sure you've all heard the many appeals today that we move now from the establishment from that framework to action. Germany calls on all member states to join the declaration and to promote and protect children's rights to education wherever they live and whatever the circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Peach. There is also the government of Colombia wanted to take the floor. Please raise your hand.
Buenas tardes y muchas gracias por esta oportunidad de reiterar el compromiso del Gobierno de Colombia con la Declaración de Escuelas Seguras. Para nosotros es una delegación numerosa y manifiesta el compromiso del gobierno, del Estado y de las ramas del poder público en este espacio. Tiene un significado, en primer lugar, ético, y yo quisiera insistir en esa dimensión de lo que los testimonios de las víctimas, de los niños y niñas hicieron hace unos instantes. Son vidas que se pierden, es un tiempo que se pierde y que el trauma que genera el uso, la utilización de las escuelas por parte de los actores armados es irreparable. Desde luego, entonces, es intolerable. Y por eso nos parece muy importante el significado político que hay que darle a este quinto foro, el impulso a la declaración, porque para nosotros como gobierno significa el compromiso irrestricto con el derecho a la educación, con una educación multicultural y pluriétnica que represente las características de la nación colombiana. Por otro lado, quiero llamar la atención sobre el elemento de la prevención, de la protección y de la construcción de paz que debe estar incorporado en esta declaración. Trabajamos por que las escuelas seguras sean un lugar que permita una escuela protegida, una escuela que al tiempo sea protectora, que le dé condiciones a los niños y las niñas para que en el lugar de estudio puedan desarrollarse proyectos de vida. Cuando le preguntamos hace poco a los niños qué quisieran de la escuela, ellos manifestaron que estuvieran cerradas, que estuvieran vigiladas, y en ese sentido lo que nosotros hemos venido desarrollando en la gestión integral del riesgo escolar es incorporar la declaración como parte de una dimensión de la gestión integral del riesgo escolar que tiene que ver con los efectos del conflicto armado. Pero por otro lado, el incorporar el tema de la movilidad humana, que implica la seguridad y la garantía del derecho a la educación para los refugiados, los desplazados y la población migrante, que en Colombia son más o menos el 7% de los niños y las niñas que estudian y que en un número importante corresponden a una sola nacionalidad. Quiero llamar la atención sobre la dimensión de la necesidad de que se acompañe la reflexión sobre la fuerza que va tomando la declaración de escuelas seguras en un diálogo sobre cómo establecer una relación con el VIH, con la protección de la vida y con una pedagogía y un compromiso de la comunidad internacional en las discusiones con los actores armados para que la escuela, reitero, sea un lugar protegido y seguro. Y quiero cerrar llamando la atención sobre lo que tratamos de hacer en materia de prevención, no desde la dimensión seguritaria, de seguridad, sino desde la dimensión curricular y pedagógica. Consideramos fundamental llamar la atención sobre la necesidad de la educación socioemocional, sobre la educación y la atención psicosocial, que además de atender a los niños y las niñas, vaya también a la comunidad educativa, a los docentes y a las directivas docentes. Y finalmente, los temas de género y el tema étnico. En Colombia, la afectación fundamental de los ataques y el uso y utilización de las escuelas se da en zonas rurales y en zonas rurales dispersas, que afecta fundamentalmente a la población campesina, a los grupos indígenas y a la población afrocolombiana. De manera que gracias, y el Estado colombiano a través del gobierno manifiesta su irrestricto compromiso con los componentes de la declaración, y tenemos un comité nacional coordinado por la Cancillería que está trabajando en frentes como la comunicación, el manejo de datos y el diálogo con las Fuerzas Armadas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now I want to give the floor to Mrs. Aki Matioma. Advocacy and Campaign Officer from Save the Children, Japan.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Aki Matsuyama from Save the Children Japan. I flew over from Tokyo to attend this conference. Japan has not yet endorsed the declaration, and in Japan we have launched this campaign, awareness raising and petition campaign, along with partner organizations and youth members to call upon the government of Japan to endorse. One of the youth members appeared in the film that was shown at the beginning of this session. Now, sitting here, I'm feeling a little anxious. The reason why is that my mission for being in this conference is to learn from all of you and to bring back all the good practices and challenges and how you have overcome those challenges back to Japan and talk to the Japanese parliamentarians and the ministerial officials. And even though I personally am totally inspired by you, all of your inputs, thinking about the officials that we have been speaking with, I can't think of like a single magic way of convincing them to endorse. Just last week, there was a parliamentary question by one of the MPs that's working with us, and they asked what the Japanese new stance on this declaration is. And their answer was pretty much the same as what they have answered over the past 7-8 years, which is that Japan appreciates the objective of this declaration, but because some of the guidelines goes beyond the IHL, and they can't be sure of the ramifications they have to the operations of the self-defense force, are reluctant to endorse. Now, I'm sure these kind of challenges is totally the same for all the other countries. So it's not especially for Japan. That's our understanding. But then we really need to galvanize all the voices, not just ours from Japan, but also from the international communities, to convey that this is a work in progress, that there is so much that's been achieved over the past decade, and that, frankly, Japan is missing out on these kind of conversations. So I'd like to ask all of you two things. One, if you have any of your counterparts in the Japanese government, especially in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of Defense, and Education, please do speak to them. We will speak, obviously, but we really need all of you to contact your counterparts in Japan and tell them positive stories around this declaration. That's one. And two, I'd like to speak with some of you personally and maybe shoot a short interview film about your understanding of how this declaration has helped your country, your region, to bring positive changes. And that kind of interviews we like to put together and deliver to our Japanese partners in the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aki Matsuyama. As we draw this plenary session to a close, I want to thank all our panelists, Ms. Yaria Pulazi, Ms. Catherine Anderson, Dr. Sandra Krahanman, and Ms. Margarita Rimarenko for sharing their expertise, insight, and practical lessons. I also want to thank all our participants for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and contribution to these discussions. Your voice are essential in shaping how we strengthen the protection of education worldwide. Several key themes have emerged from today's discussion. First, global progress and the impact of the Safe School Declaration. Over the past decade, 123 states have endorsed the declaration, and we have seen meaningful changes in laws, policies, and operational practice that help protect education. Second, persistent challenges despite this progress, attacks on schools, the military use of education facilities, and gaps in accountability remain serious obstacles. Sustained political will and robust monitoring mechanism and critical to addressing these issues. Third lesson learned, collaboration across states, UN agencies, civil society, and local actors is essential. Field experience, including those shared from Ukraine, remind us that protecting education requires context-specific strategies and dedicated resources. Fourth, the importance of institutionalization. The principle of the SSD must be embedded into national legislation, education sector plans, security policies, humanitarian framework, and other relevant instruments. These ensure that protection is systematic, operationalized, and sustainably resourced. The insight and recommendation we have heard today will directly inform the Nairobi Outcome Document, which will consolidate lessons learned and define priority action moving forward. Our next step will focus on translating commitment into concrete national policies and practice that protect children and their right to safe, quality education, even in context of armed conflict. In closing, let us take away a shared understanding. Protecting education is not only legal obligation, but a moral imperative. Every classroom protected, every teacher supported, and every child learning safely is a victory for a peace and for the future of our communities. Thank you again to our panelists, and thank you all participants for your contribution, engagement, and dedication. Let us carry today's insight forward and ensure that the next decade of the Safe School Declaration builds on both progress and accountability, leaving no child behind. And now, heading back the floor to our Master of Ceremony, Mr. Mike Gatone. Thank you.
Let us appreciate our moderator, very able advocate for the young people, Mr. Ghanib Znanir. Kindly come for the Kenyan flag. Most welcome as you leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much for the well presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have it on. Give it to a friend. Give it to a friend. And you're kind enough. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the closure of the day, that was taking stock. We can speak here the whole of day. We can have a lot of documentation, but are we taking stock? That is a question that we've had on stage, and I'm double sure we've listened to our moderator, we've listened to the panelists, and I'm double sure it is a good ending of a high-level thing. So thank you so much to all the speakers who have participated today, to all the moderators, and to a very large extent from the deep of my heart, to the audience. Clap for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You've made this day a very interesting day with a lot of events, with a lot of programs, with up and down, with back and forth, but we've managed it. We've achieved the objective of the day. Now, I want to invite us to a break. And our break is that we have some snacks and a cup of tea outside there. But once we are done with that, I want to invite you to a very special and interactive part of the conference. Just outside here at the lobby, we have the solution showcase. So as you move out, grab a cup of tea, kindly make use of that showcase, the solution showcase, which is just outside here. You realize what governments are doing, you realize what states are doing, you realize what organizations are doing, and they are ready, waiting for you there. And after the break, I will also wish to announce that we will not converge here after you go to the solution showcase areas. We'll give you a break. And today, we are going to have a special cultural evening reception. Thank you for the clap. So when you finish with the solution showcase outside there, you are at liberty to go to your room, change. If you see mic not changed, we don't have a dress code. So come, the Oga will come the way the Oga's dress. But feel free to dress for the cultural evening reception. It will start at 6:30. The exact position we took our lunch today. So kindly, if you to visit your room, freshen up at 6:30, kindly be seated because it has some sequence. And if you skip a sequence, you won't feel the taste of the Kenyan hospitality. So be seated by 6:30. There will be music. There will be dancing. Don't think that I'm so focal, or I'm so formal. Don't think that I'm so protocolized. I also can remove this shoe and dance. So when we meet at that point, so you'll see Mike in a different color. So 6:30, be seated. We'll have music, we'll have dance, and we'll have meals, the Kenyan style, starting with our nyama choma. We'll have mokimo, modokoi, githeri, and all that. Do you know what those are? Someone is saying yes. That should be a Kenyan. Oh, that's the Niger. Thank you so much. Once you be done with your dinner, remember we are not having any speeches nor remarks at the dinner. It's only a remark by our very able secretary to the cabinet of His Excellency the President, who will give us just a welcome remark for the dinner, and then dinner will be served. So there will be no exit protocol where Mike will announce, now the ambassadors leaves. So you leave at your own. But remember, tomorrow, I'm humbly requesting that you be seated by 9. So that we also have a very interactive day, very fruitful day, as we've had today. Today it was fully packed because of the official program, of the official opening. But tomorrow we are at easy because we'll have our deliberations between ourselves here, and I think that will be better for us. So from me, as your Master of Ceremony, Mike Gitone, I have no other word to say, but I say thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to stand into your presence and to moderate this session as your Master of Ceremony. See you